Hello everybody and welcome to Karlsruhe. We're in Karlsruhe. This is the GRENKE Chess Classic 2017. I'm Lawrence Trent and I'm here alongside the one and only legend of the game, former World Championship finalist and one of the best players Hungary's ever produced, Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, lovely to be here with you.
Thank you very much. I'm also very happy to be here.
It's going to be great. We are here, of course, for a huge tournament in the chess calendar, the GRENKE Chess Classic, attracting some of the world's best players, amongst whom, well, who can we not say isn't a star? We've got world champion Magnus Carlsen here, we've got Fabiano Caruana, we've got Maxime vachier-lagrave, we've got Arkady Naiditch, Levon Aronian, the top female player in the world, Ho Yifan, and we've got some local heroes as well, Georg Meyer, and one of the stars of German chess, Matthias Blubaum, who has really jumped the ranks recently and had phenomenal success. Today's round one. It's a 7-round tournament. Peter and I are going to be covering the first 3 rounds, so that's today, tomorrow and Monday. Then there will be a rest day in the tournament where the players will then go to Baden-Baden down the road, about 30 kilometers down the road, to complete the second half of the tournament, where you'll be joined by none other than Jan Gustafsson. So all of you Chess24 fans and followers, he'll be here to cover that part of the tournament. But for now, we're covering round 1. And Peter, I suppose one of the interesting dynamics of this tournament, there's for me, two standout interesting points. Firstly, it's Magnus Carlsen's first tournament for over 3 months. The last time he played was in Vachier in January. So it would be interesting to get your thoughts on that. And the second interesting dynamic is the way that color selection has been done for this tournament. Magnus Carlsen has got 4 blacks, but he's got 4 blacks against the weakest opponents in the tournament, whereas Maxime vachier-lagrave has got 4 white compared to 3 blacks against the supposed weakest players in the tournament. So give us your thoughts a bit on firstly Magnus coming back to playing after 3 months.
Yes, I'm definitely very excited to see what Magnus is producing in this tournament. I mean, I think after the World Championship match in New York, he had a very tough schedule because right after he played in Doha, the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, and then immediately Vachier. I mean, usually after a World Championship match, you would love to have a longer rest so that you recharge the batteries, because those World Championship matches are taking immensely a lot of energy. I mean, I think people just cannot imagine how much energy it takes. And after that, just immediately to come back and play another tournament. And basically, if Magnus Carlsen is playing a tournament, I think everybody expects him to win. He also wants to win every tournament, so this puts additional pressure. I think that after the 3 months break, definitely he had enough time to settle down, to relax, also do preparation. And I think he's looking forward to the tournament, but these colors that you mentioned is a very tricky game, because he starts with a black game against Matthias Blubaum. I'm actually very, very interested about this game. One thing also I think we should mention, that the drawing of lots took place not yesterday but the day before. So basically this gives the players additional 1 day to prepare for their game. And I know as a chess player myself that how important, how vital those extra days are before any game, especially when you have to make up your mind and decide on some special strategy, because I think Carlsen with black against Blubaum, he would like to get a playable position, get chances to play, but actually Blubaum is doing extremely well in the openings. He's very well prepared, he plays ambitious chess, so really interesting to see what's going to happen.
Holy, what have we got here? We've got a long-haired Magnus Carlsen, all spectacled up. I can't remember seeing Magnus in glasses before playing a tournament. Has he gone blind in the past 3 months? What's happened? He's getting older, you know. He's like, what is he, 26 now? 25 still?
26.
He's 26 now, right?
26, yeah.
So he looks like, you know, he looks like he's aged more than 3 months in the past 3 months, I'll tell you that. But obviously, he'll be looking to really make an impression here. As you said, Peter, he's still extremely ambitious, naturally very, very competitive, always has been, always will be. And I suppose what really makes it interesting is we've seen Wesley So recently just win everything for the past 6 months.
Yeah,
more or less
amazing.
he's won everything. And a lot of people are saying, of course, Wesley, you know, and his performances have shown it and support the claim that he could very well be the next challenger to Magnus. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Wesley has got that serious X factor to challenge Magnus?
Well, I mean, what he has shown in the last, I don't know, 8 months,
Yeah.
or even more already, maybe 10 months, it's just incredible. I mean, really, he has won everything he had participated in. So definitely, but I think one of the main strengths of Wesley is that he is very realistic. So he is improving his game, he is going step by step, and I think this is the right approach. I think if you are performing such results, then finally something like being the challenger comes automatically. You just cannot enforce it. And basically we have witnessed all those candidates that how much drama is in the game, and we should not forget that always the 8 very best players are fighting for just one spot to be the challenger. It's extremely difficult. But what he's doing right now is definitely showing that he's capable.
Indeed. And okay, let's have a look at the precise pairings then today. So we've got, as you said, Peter, Matthias Blubaum versus Magnus Carlsen. For all of you who don't know Matthias Blubaum, he's 19 years old, from Germany, already rated around 2650. I think it's 2642, is that correct, Macaulay? I haven't got the exactly low ratings in front of me at the moment, we'll get that. Clearly a huge talent, part of the so-called princes group in Germany, where a number of the other princes are here. It's a group of young players that some years ago the German Chess Federation decided to invest a lot of money in. They picked the guys who they saw with real potential, and pretty much all of them have become grandmasters. Rasmus Svaner is nearly 2600, Donchenko is nearly 2600.
Dennis Wagner also.
Dennis Wagner, they all became grandmasters, and they all invested in them as the future of German chess, and of course the people that will carry the flag going forward. So for Matthias to have this opportunity, it's weird to think of somebody who's 7 years younger than Carlsen. I mean, it's just, you know, it's just crazy, right? So he's going to really want to put in a good performance here, his first really big tournament. And obviously, what a start to play white against Magnus Carlsen. Well, then we have Hou Yifan against Fabiano Caruana, one of these participants I know pretty well. Obviously, worked with Fabiano for a long time. What I can say is that he's got a fantastic record against Hou Yifan, actually. I remember being with him in Shanghai last year, where he put in a good game against Hou Yifan, but on various occasions he's come out on top. So I think Fabiano will be feeling really confident today. We can see on the screen there Hou Yifan, of course, with the white pieces though, so that does make a difference. She is a very solid player with white. But even still, Fabiano will be very ambitious today and will not be happy to just accept the draw very early on. He will be playing for a win. And Hou Yifan, well, what can we say? For me, fantastic role model, obviously the best women's player in the world, and she'll be looking to put in a good performance. She's not really had any really amazing tournaments recently. I think she's due a really big tournament. I think that's the thing. Then we have Maxime vachier-lagrave against Arkady Naiditsch. We can see on the screen there. MVL, of course, got into the 2800 club and wants to stay there, and he also still considers himself and many others as a real threat to Magnus Carlsen. Arkady Naiditsch, now playing under the Azerbaijani flag, but of course long time resident here in Germany. Maxime with the white pieces will be really ambitious today against Arkady, who, well, actually Arkady performs very well against much stronger players. I feel like Arkady struggles against lower rated players, but against stronger players he's got a fantastic record against Carlsen, for example. So that will already be a game, psychologically speaking, that will be really interesting to analyse when they face off. And then finally we have Levon Aronian, also residing in Germany, the best Armenian player since Petrosian, playing against Georg Meyer, again another local hero, and somebody whose style is, let's say, for those with a particular kind of taste. He's an extremely solid player. He doesn't really risk ever. I can't remember him going crazy in a game to try and win. That's not his style. He just wants to play the best chess, and he's difficult to beat. So even Levon today with white will face some practical problems, I'm sure. So those are the 4 games. And remember, for all of you, these games are about to start, but we want to hear from you. That's you people at home, you people watching. Please get in touch with us via Twitter, hashtag C24Live. We will get all of your tweets, and we'll put the best tweets on the bottom of the screen right here so we can talk. And please ask our very special guest and co-commentator Peter Leko. This is a guy who's been there, done that, been to the very top of the game. So if you want to know more about what it's like being a World Championship finalist, working with the best players in the world, maintaining that form, all of these related questions, please do. And you know, Peter is not just a chess player, loves football, keeps fit, many things that I'm sure you'd like to know about Peter Leko if you didn't know already. So keep those questions firing, and we will be kicking off in a minute. We can see there Magnus Carlsen waiting. We've got the organising committee, and I believe the clocks are about to go. The first move. No, he didn't want e4. He wanted d4. That's an important distinction. Okay, and Blue-Blau has played 1d4. This is his main opening, right?
Yes, definitely. But actually, I mean, we have to put our shoes also into Matthias, because I mean, imagine you are playing against the world champion #1 Magnus Carlsen, and you are playing on the stage, and somebody is making the first move for you, and it's actually e2, e4 also. How you feel, you know, in that moment? Can I take this pawn back? I mean, things like this. So definitely then it was corrected, and he went d4, and Magnus answers it with d6.
Yeah, so already we're at a really interesting moment. d4, and Magnus answers with the slightly unusual reply, at least for him, 1d6. Of course, Magnus very well accustomed to playing knight f6 with e6 systems, d5. I mean, he's played it all. He's played it all, of course. But 1d6 is a way to kind of just ask Matthias, okay, well, what are you going to do? Am I going to play King's Indian setup? Am I going to play some kind of... And we can see that he has done that. So Magnus really looks like he's going to be ambitious today with a king.
Well, basically with d6 he has already shown his intentions on move 1.
Yes.
And Matthias also surprised me by answering knight f3 almost instantly. I mean, basically as if he was a little bit expecting kind of something like d6.
Interesting.
But after g6 he's thinking.
So yeah, knight f3, and now Magnus doesn't play the old... Is this called the Wade system, named after
Who? I don't know. I actually never seen that one before. But I mean, the point is that Magnus was provoking the Peers or the modern defense kind of. But since Matthias is not an e4 player, it's kind of natural that he does not want to switch and go for it.
So instead we have knight f3, g6, and Matthias just plays c4 here. So after the natural move bishop g7, knight c3, we we reach a position where Magnus can play knight f6 and we reach the mainline King's Indian position. Is he going to play e5 here? I think I've seen him play this actually.
Really, yeah? But probably in a blitz game. No?
Probably in a blitz game, yeah.
I'm not judging the move e5, I just cannot really recall a classical game, and he has played so many blitz games, so I'm sure that...
Yeah, I can't remember many classical games where he's played a King's Indian either, not for a long time. So I'd be curious, Blue-Blanc, maybe he's going to go a bit more classically himself, so knight f3, bishop g7 on the board, but maybe Blue-Blanc is just going to play g3 here and play a very solid fianchetto on the king's side.
Yeah, but the question is if that's part of his repertoire or not. Because I don't really believe that he will deviate from his repertoire.
Right.
He is probably now trying to understand whether after knight c3 it will be a direct transposition to King's Indian, where he is definitely prepared, or that there are some move order issues, like you mentioned knight c3 e5. For example, is a position that I have never seen or never studied ever in my life.
Right. Yes. So, curious, we'll see what happens in that one.
But I think after knight c3 e5, white can still play e4, or then black plays knight c6, yeah? That's the point.
Yeah, knight c6.
Then knight c6, yeah?
Yeah.
But knight c6, okay, still bishop e3.
But this has all been seen, I think.
Okay, but I mean you have to play bishop g4, because if ed knight d4 knight g7, that's the only thing I know, that then white plays some h4 and white is doing good in all these lines. But I don't know if all those bishop g4, d5 knight d4s, where do they lead actually, because they look quite principled.
Yeah, this is all I'm sure has been, again, I'm not an expert in these lines at all, but be interesting to see how Matthias deals with this. But he looks calm, he looks confident there, he doesn't look too phased. We can quickly skip to another game here, Hoagie Fan playing Fabiano Caruana, and perhaps slightly disappointingly for the fans, we've got a Berlin, but we've got the rook e1 line of the Berlin, where after this, and this, we have a symmetrical pawn structure, and this is a very, very safe variation for white.
Yeah, well, actually I think it's a nightmare for both players, because when black plays the Berlin, he hopes that white will not play rook e1. On the other hand, the white player thinks like, but what am I going to do against the Berlin? So maybe Hoagie Fan was expecting Fabiano to play something else, but Fabiano thought, okay, it's the first round of the tournament, why should I deviate from my favorite and main opening? But then Hoagie Fan decided to go for rook e1, and there we have it. Yeah.
And here, Fabiano after bishop f1 actually plays the move castles, which is not the main move as far as I understand. I thought you take first on e5 and then castle.
Well, if you play the line with knight takes e5, but I'm also playing this line with,
you play with
castles. I mean, the idea is to try to keep more pieces on the board. I mean, instead of castles, black could have also played knight f5, which is the other main line.
The other main line is knight f5.
And then white usually plays here knight f3.
Yes.
And then you castle, and white goes d4, black goes d5, and this is strategically a very interesting position. This is not as boring as it seems.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, usually this is the way when black wants to keep some spice in the position, but at the same time he is also risking of giving white some initiative.
Right.
But this is definitely a very complex position. When black exchanges on e5, it tries to dry off immediately. I mean, basically then both players have to show very precise knowledge and then black is hoping to neutralize completely, but with castles, black is trying to keep the game alive.
So yeah, so now if d4,
then knight f5.
So knight f5, then we could transpose. Is that
with
what
knight f3, but actually white can also play c3, which is a really annoying move if you think from the perspective that black would like to try to get a reach game, because after c3 you're anyway forced to kind of take on e5.
And can you play d takes e5 here, or is it just d5? Maybe?
Yeah, then d5 or d6, and black is doing good with the development.
Okay.
I mean, I would maybe prefer d6 because
D6.
here I'm not sure if the knight on f5 in long terms
Okay.
it's doing so good. So d6 just to clarify the center. But of course after knight takes e5, white takes back with the rook on e5.
Right.
And then d6 is happening, rook e1 and d5. And now white plays bishop f4 and that's why it's a nightmare because black is kind of forced to play correct with bishop d6 and pieces are getting traded off and draw will be signed soon. But of course white doesn't want to play like this, so white goes back to f3 and then we are actually about to see an interesting game.
In fact, we're here. So we did reach this mainline position now, Peter. So
I mean, okay, one also has to know that once you are playing on the stage in front of a lot of spectators, you really feel responsible to play an interesting game with full of content. And the intention of playing rook e1 against the Berlin is not to make a draw, of course to try to be safe, but at the same time to play a game. And that's why I'm pretty sure that this game will be also interesting.
Okay. Let's move to the next game. Let's look at MVL versus Naidic. And we have a French defense, classical variation with e5, all been seen. And now already the first interesting moment in the position. The main move, of course, is the natural developing move, knight c6, pressurizing d4. But Arkady goes for a little move order. He goes for a6 or move 6. And MVL has already been in the tank for nearly 10 minutes. Tell us about this move, Peter. What's the idea of delaying knight c6 here?
Well, before I'm going into those details, let me tell that I'm actually quite surprised by Arkady's choice because Arkady used to be or is a e4, e5 player.
Right.
So I don't really recall him playing French, or at least not with knight f6. But lately he has started to do some French, but I don't recall him having any real experience on the black side. He used to win a lot of games with white in French. Since I'm an expert, or I'm myself playing the move third knight c3 and knight f6 e5, I'm quite interested about what's going to happen. I mean, this a6 is becoming now more and more popular. Let me just tell you that instead of a6, if black plays knight c6, bishop e3. And now one of the main lines always used to be a6, queen d2 and b5 with thousands of games, but last year suddenly black started to play, and actually it's Bluebaum's main move order right now is knight c6, bishop e3, bishop e7, and after queen d2, a6. This is now a very special move order because instead of a6, usually who played with bishop e7 played with short castle here. And once you castle short, then white takes d takes e5. Very important. I mean, long castle, your mouse hand was on the key.
Oh yeah, actually this is
one should mention. Then
c4
and then b5, and black gets terrific attack. So this is what white has to watch out for.
Right.
After d takes c5, knight takes c5. Now long castles, and after queen a5, there is this move a3. Which was part of my preparation in 2007 for my match against Gurevich in the candidates in Alista. Back then it was like a complete novelty, since then it's mainstream theory, and I also had a game against Wang Hao later on. But so back to 6 move knight f3, I think this is what Maxim is now having in mind, that what kind of transpositions are happening, what black is really aiming for. Is he, for example, after bishop e3, trying to transpose with knight c6 and then we would get a mainstream, or maybe he would like to play b5 immediately, keeping the knight on b8, and this case after, for example, d takes c5, knight takes c5, the knight from b8 can still go to d7. Whether that is good or bad, it's another question, but definitely something MVL now has to think about, that what really black has in mind.
Yes, that explains his pause now in the position. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's visit the last game of this round. This is the game between Levon Aronian and Georg Mayer. And we have a reti with bishop g4, very solid. This is almost a reversed torre attack also, we can call it that. With a very quick h3 by Levon, so putting the question to this bishop. It always is interesting, what do you do with this bishop? Because there is some legitimacy to taking on f3 immediately.
Yes, but I think usually black takes on f3 if he's not committed to e6 yet. I think they play first with c6 or knight b7 and then they try to play e5.
I understand. So being played.
So being together, I mean e6 and bishop takes f3 doesn't look that sound, because now after bishop takes f3, for example, white takes bishop takes f3,
yeah,
and then white will go c4 quickly and will challenge the black center, and the white bishop will be very, very useful in the long run. So
bishop h5 makes sense.
Definitely.
c4 and now c6. Ultra rock solid Georg Meyer. We don't expect anything else. And now Levon plays the move d3. So very standard position.
Yes, standard position, but I think a very important moment, because after d3, black has a choice to take d takes c4,
right, and
to trade queens. And basically, I think this is the last moment when black can play like this.
Right.
And this is a question, you mentioned that Georg Meyer very solid, would be a logical choice, but definitely only go for such endgame if it's part of your repertoire, if that's what you are planning to do. However, I think if black is not very precise in this endgame, then white will be able to exert some pressure. That's why there are not so many games with d takes c4. But if you don't take d takes c4, then basically the position is very dynamic, because white will take c takes d5, but white is waiting that the black knight commits itself, because if you take cd, then actually usually, I'm not sure if cd, because then still some tricks can happen, but after cd, normally black takes bishop takes f3, now he gives up the bishop, bishop takes f3, c takes d5, and then black develops the knight to c6, and he gets a rock solid position. Now the white bishop on f3 is a little bit stuck out from the action. So that's why black holds back his knight on b8 in order to be able to take after cd. That's why white plays d3 first, waits that please show me your cards, and if you play bishop e7, then white might have some possibilities like queen b3, exactly, then queen b6, bishop e3, for example. Such moves are quite normal. And now after queen takes b3, a takes b3 happens, and one would think that this is an endgame, but actually it's a endgame middle game, because only the queens are traded off, and there are millions of ideas here especially for white. I mean, black tries to be extremely solid, for example a6, and then white has plans like knight bd2, then even maybe rook a4 followed by b3, b4, knight b3, knight a5. I mean, things like this. There are many different plans. Another plan is to play against the h5 bishop with some g4, and then the knight from f3 moves to d4. I mean, then cd-ed structure is happening. For example, in some way, not now, but just let's imagine that cd-ed, and then g4 bishop, g6, knight d4, and then f4, f5 is another plan. I mean, just to illustrate that there are so many nuances, and that's why you have to think about all this by making your choice after d3. That what you want to allow, what you are heading to. So all these relative positions seem to be very solid, but they have a lot of hidden nuances. As usually everything.
as with everything. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. And I can see out of the corner of my eye in the Bluebaum-Carlsen game, we did indeed get a King's Indian. And we got the 6h3 variation. I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Is it the Makhno?
I mean, it seems like you're extremely good with names.
I just can't pronounce them. I just have to see it. I can never remember. Anyway, the 6h3 variation, which is a variation, I think they call it the Krasenkov as well. I think Mikhail was a big expert of this in the 90s. You can correct me in the, I'm sure, the Chess24 chat, going crazy. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely some people are
Some people
who know it's called.
Some people out there know it's called. So what's the idea of h3? Well, the idea is that in the mainline King's Indians, white plays bishop e2 and then e5. But with h3, you give, firstly, it's a useful move, always controlling g4. But secondly, if black goes e5 here, you haven't committed the bishop to e2. And sometimes when knight comes to h5, you can actually go g3 and bishop to g2, and the knight can't come into f4. It's a very, very theoretical line. I know it because I'm a King's Indian player. I've had many games in this with black. So
h3 is now one of the most popular
yes.
ways to meet the King's Indian. There were many games by Tomaszewski against Grischuk in the Grand Prix. And also one game that comes to mind was Rothstein against Najditch, last round of the Isle of Man Open.
That was a crazy game.
That was a crazy game where Najditch won with black, and thanks to that he took third place.
Yes.
Which was an incredible good result in that very strong Open. So it was a crucial game. And also, if I'm not mistaken, then Magnus himself played h3 in 2009 in Nanjing against Topalov. And those were the days when Carlsen was trained by Kasparov,
right? But
it was still kept secret. So actually, none of the participants of Nanjing knew that Kasparov is working for Magnus. And Magnus played h3 against Topalov and won a very nice model game in it. So Magnus is definitely familiar with this system.
And here actually Magnus plays the move knight to a6, which is not, it's probably the second most popular move. The most popular move is still e5, after which when white goes d5, as I said, black can play knight h5. He can play the move a5 in a typical Petrosian structure, trying to lock down on this b4 square to give his knight on c5 some squares. But he can also play the move that Magnus played, which is the move knight a6. Which is a very curious move. I know a lot of people are saying, well, what's the idea of this? The knight, it can't jump in here, so what's the point? Well, I think it has two ideas. Firstly, sometimes it prepares e5 very quickly. So, for example, if white plays bishop e2, I think black can go e5 here. And after d5, you gain a very quick tempo on this pawn. And if white now protects his pawn in a normal way, like queen c2, now you can play a5. And we reach pretty standard positions in the King's Indian. But actually, here, Matthias plays bishop e3. Very interesting move. And again, we see another benefit of h3 is that normally black would like to just hit this bishop with knight g4. Can't do that. And I think the problem here is if you go e5 in this position, I think there is an argument to take on e5 now in some lines. I'm not sure exactly when, but maybe not here, it doesn't quite work. Well,
but basically, okay, bishop e3 is anyway very useful, because even if you play after e5, let's say d5,
yes,
and knight c5, you go knight d2, and you can protect suddenly also the pawn in a much more comfortable way.
Yes.
I think we should also mention that once white committed to play h2, h3, then in all those structures when black is playing e5 and white plays d5, white never wants to castle short. Because with h3 he has committed some weakness on the king side. It's much more that he wants to go g2, g4 and eventually castle long in a long run.
Exactly. So after bishop e3, Magnus didn't go e5, but he played the move pawn to c5. Very curious. I still vaguely remember this being mainline-y, or at least an idea in this variation.
But I think not just this move, but what's happening now. White played the principal d5 and black played knight h5. Wow, what is this?
Has this happened?
I mean, no, it didn't. No, it didn't happen. I just saw it on the screen.
Oh,
yeah, that,
no, I was going to say.
no, okay, then it's because I was shocked. D5, knight h5, I have never seen something like that.
No.
I mean,
D5, knight h5, probably just g4, right? And
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's whether it's a super preparation, super smart, or just insane. Yeah, I was like shocked.
Well, I mean, here Bluebell obviously has to decide what he's going to do with this pawn. Firstly, I'm not sure c takes d4 is even a threat, if I'm honest. So it wouldn't surprise me if just the move bishop e2 is completely fine, because if you take on d4, for a start, the move bishop takes d4 looks very sensible to me.
It's sensible, but also, I mean, knight takes is so natural, yeah, in this structure.
Yeah, I was just wondering after knight c5 though, because we don't ever want to go f3.
Yes. Then queen c2.
Queen c2, and yeah, natural, very, very natural, very principled.
I'm not sure if black is planning to release the tension so quickly in the center. And if white goes d5, then of course the natural move is e6, and
right.
we get
a Benoni. Yeah, exactly. We transpose into a Benoni.
And then the question is whether h3, bishop e3 together really fits or not. This is another interesting question. So many nuances, many different transpositions to different possibilities.
I'm not sure what he's going to do here, actually.
It's a difficult choice, because if you play d4, d5, then you already fix the structure, then you don't really, I mean, you lose a little bit your flexibility, and you have shown your cards, and it's not clear if you really want to go for that setup immediately. And so bishop e2 in some way is flexible, but then you allow c takes d4, and first you have to make sure that you are happy with the, I mean, it's usually a Marozzi, but a very special Marozzi, since white lost the tempo for h3, which in long term would not be a problem, or not a big problem, but the question is that maybe black can do something with the tempo in the center. So this is now an interesting moment.
Yeah, very interesting moment, and we'll see how Bluebell reacts to this. Quickly going to Hou Yifan versus Fabiano Caruana. We last saw it after d5 here, Peter. Obviously, as you mentioned, many games played in this line. And now c3.
Yeah, c3 is the more solid line. I mean, g3 is the one when white player is very ambitious, then tries to play g3, but for that you really need a lot of preparation, because the positions are completely out of control, and c3 is much more natural.
Right.
So I think it's 90% of the time white plays c3.
And now Fabiano decided to put his bishop on a more active diagonal, bishop d6. And also, because after the move knight bd2, this looks like a, well, it's a very natural move.
Natural move. I think main move is bishop d3, but it might just lead to transpositions.
Right, exactly. Because here the knight doesn't have a good route apart from coming round this way. But here now Fabiano takes the time to play knight c to e7.
This is slightly unusual, but it's slightly unusual in the bishop d3 position. I think it was played by Nakamura himself a couple of times, bishop d3, knight c7, but the main move after bishop d3 used to be always rook e8. But now that white played knight bd2, in this case he felt like maybe he can try to profit.
So the idea of this, I imagine, is twofold. Firstly, I imagine if he ever wants to protect e5, he can. And secondly, maybe he's thinking about, is he thinking about this kind of stuff, or is it just too...
Well, I mean, he would love to think about it, but yeah, white just goes g2, g3 and basically kills all kind of activity on the king side, so it's more of a strategical move. I guess really black's plays like, plan is to play c7, c6, maybe even f7, f6 is typical, just to take away the e5 square.
But what are these knights doing? I mean, if I just go Bishop d3, for
Well,
example.
that's the problem. They don't really do much, but also for white, it's very difficult to create something. For example, now black plays c6.
Okay, and let's say I go
Knight f1.
knight f1.
Yeah, then okay, black plays, for example, g6 or f6. g6. Let's start first with g6. With the idea knight g7, bishop f5. I mean, I have to remove this knight from f5 in order to be able to develop the bishop and maybe exchange. But once I move back the knight to g7, you will go knight g3, and I will anyway not be able to play bishop f5. So position is full of nuances. But also then your knight on g3. What is the perspective? That's why then some f7, f6 is also typical. The two pawns f6, g6 against the f3, g3 knights, and then you start all this maneuvering. Yeah, knight g7, f6, bishop e6, queen d7, and then you will see what's next.
Just thinking out loud, is an idea for white to go h3 here with this kind of maneuver when black commits to g6? Because
yeah, it's an idea. Definitely, it's an idea.
yeah, because if black ever tries to play h5, also it's very committed.
Then already f6 is not going to be attractive
Right.
anymore with such a weak king side.
And Hou Yifan actually plays the move queen c2. So
I don't think it really matters, because sooner or later anyway bishop d3 will be played.
right.
It's more of a mind game, yeah, that you don't want to move the bishop, which is already kind of developed. So you first continue your development and wait for black to show where you are moving your pieces.
Right. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on this. We have had some progress in the Maxime vachier-lagrave game against Arkady Naiditsch, and actually after some thought, Maxime decided to go for 7 knight e2, taking advantage,
very principled move.
with the idea of course being that he can now play c3 and bolster the center like this. So after knight c6, c3, now b5 was played, and MVL here played the move pawn to a3. So a very deep positional maneuvering kind of game we could be in for, because here Arkady makes a very important choice that affects the whole game, and he decides to close the position with c4, releasing all of the tension in the center. Maybe his argument is that simply now that white has got so many pieces defending d4 that attacking it really gives him nothing, and that c4, especially given that this is very quick. Is it very quick?
Well, it's quick, but I mean, if you have time to go bishop e3, then you can also meet it with knight d2, but of course you don't really want to remove the knight from f3. So I also thought that c4 is connected by a quick knight a5, knight b3. It's all very interesting. Arkady is playing quite quickly, so definitely it's
very quickly.
It's some kind of preparation in some sense.
Maybe his other idea is to play knight b6. I mean, is this an idea to play with knight b6?
Well, it's an idea. I just wonder if it's low or it's fast, because usually white in this position would love to play g2, g4 now, and the typical answer after g4 is h5.
Yes.
But this is actually meant by g takes h5.
Right.
Rook takes h5, knight g3, rook h8 and h4.
Ah, h4. Sorry.
I mean, here maybe even f5, but
in general.
In general, h4, and then f5 is also coming, and white gets a very strong initiative on the king side. I think yesterday Anand won a nice game against Pelletier in
something similar.
Yes, something very similar. Of course, not in this move order, but the problem of 10 g4 is that after g4 black might go knight a5, and how you deal with the knight b3 threat. That's kind of the problem. Okay, you can just ignore it and go bishop e3, knight b3, rook b1, but it feels a bit awkward. I don't know, because this knight on b3, okay, it's also not doing that much. Yeah, I mean, if white is able to go knight g3 and maybe even h4, bishop h3, then some really strong initiative will start on the king side. So I'm actually quite interested to see how Arkady would react to g4.
I think it's a move that Maxim will play. It looks like a principled move to me.
It's principled and you don't really have other move, because every other move is kind of, you commit yourself too early and you don't know if you really need any of those moves. And you also don't know if black wants to go knight a5, so then why to play bishop e3 immediately? It's kind of...
No, I think he'll play g4. I think so. I think he'll play g4 here. In the Iranian game, after c takes d5, in fact, he didn't take on f3 immediately, which is quite interesting.
Yeah,
he just played c takes d5, and
but since it happened in the next move, it's
yeah, but
probably just a move order issue.
But maybe Levon had the chance to go g4 here.
I mean, I think they are both quite experts in this position. So if Georg knew that he can take cd, then without any being punished, only in that case he took cd, and I guess Levon then also knew that probably there is no way to punish and it's just transposition. But maybe with this cd, queen b3, and then bishop takes f3, white, I mean black gains something, because I'm not sure if in the other position also you would go queen b3.
Right. So Georg maybe was very clever here.
So maybe this c takes d5 was important detail.
So bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, queen to d7, protecting b7, and now bishop to e3. So not committing the knight too quickly, because in some lines, I suppose, the knight on c3, it's not, well, it's fine, of course, but somehow I like my knight to be on f3 in some positions as well, maybe. I don't quite know. Bishop e3 feels like quite a flexible idea.
Yeah, trying to use the c5 square, yeah? I mean, the knight is trying to,
also,
yeah, knight c3, knight a4 or knight d2, maybe knight b3, and then knight c5. I guess that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
I mean, something like 10-15 years ago, people would consider this position completely empty. Yeah? But how chess is developing, basically, is that you are searching for playable positions. And in the direct variations, it's very difficult to get advantage or surprise the opponent. So chess is moving towards such positions where basically you feel like maybe you don't have any advantage, but you know some ideas, you know some plans, and you believe that you are maybe stronger than your opponent and you will be able to outplay him in a complex middle game position. So this is also some attitude question. I mean, definitely. But also one important point that by the black queen is on d7, usually black sometimes was playing something like knight c6 and then knight d7, knight b6. Something like this happened, but that's probably for the reason that, for example, if without queen b3, queen d7 included, if we would just get the standard position, yeah, instead of cd, yeah, just bishop f3 at the beginning, bishop f3 cd, then I think lately white started to play knight c3, castles, for example, and some d4 and e3 became the setup.
Oh, okay.
And knight c6, e3, and then bishop d2, and in this position black was playing knight d7, knight b6, and there was something like Karyakin against Elyanov in the World Cup 2015 in Baku, where Karyakin was in a must-win situation with white, and he played this, and after that he even claimed that how good that he was prepared and he had preparation. But first nobody understood why in a must-win situation White was playing this opponent. Right. But those top guys are working very, very deeply. They are trying to find ideas everywhere. And those are, I think, the standard positions lately in this line. With this queen b3, queen d7 included, and now bishop e3, we get to see a completely different type of type of chess.
Interesting.
Which I think used to be the standard reaction in the old days in the reti. If, for example, you would ask a player like Romanishin that how you would treat this position, he would definitely say that no, I would never play d4 and e3 because then I lose my dynamics. I will play bishop e3. The way Levon reacted. It's very much old style. And what Levon is doing, I think.
Interesting. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that because I do see out the corner of my eye in the Bluebaum Carlsen game, Matthias did play bishop e2, was played, knight takes and knight c5. So he didn't take with the bishop, took with the knight, the natural recapture. And of course, queen c2. White doesn't really want to go f3 because once he's played h3, of course, very, very weak square on g3, so it's too many weaknesses. Queen c2, and now Magnus just plays b6, you know?
Yeah, that's what I meant when I was speaking about the tempos, yeah, that h3 in long terms is not such a huge disaster. Okay, yeah, after f3 these squares are weak, but they probably might not play such an important role. But the question is if black has some dynamic possibilities with bishop b7, e6, and yeah, maybe if he can force white to play f3, then knight h5, bishop e5, f5 kind of game can eventually start. So then h3 will have an impact on the position. So all very interesting, full of subtleties.
So does white in this position, Peter, I mean, I feel like sometimes b4 here feels a bit loose somehow. I don't know, but maybe it's...
Maybe in this exact position it makes sense, because then you avoid weakening yourself with f3. Because if you castle after bishop b7, you are forced to answer a question which you would love to postpone.
Yeah, you don't want to go bishop f3 here. That's very ugly, isn't it?
Yes. It's ugly, but also you don't really want to go f3 because it might give the potential kingside attack for black with knight h5, bishop e5 and things like this. So once you take this into consideration, you might start asking yourself, but isn't b4 then maybe safer? I kick away the knight, and if I'm anyway able to stabilize my position, then what's the problem?
So this knight, well, it's got two, I mean, knight a6 feels way too passive after just a3. Feels like huge success for white, this position. So the question is Magnus's plan to go knight e6 here? And also claim that, you know what, you've got to be a bit careful.
Okay, here rook d1 would be very natural, just to cement the position. And once you move the knight to e6, then who will question my pawn on c4? And then I don't see any reason why b4 would be of a weakness. Yeah? Then I would feel that I achieved something. But to go back to d7, it's also a little bit strange and weird.
Well, to go back to d7, firstly you have to deal with knight c6.
Which maybe you would like to deal with, because queen e8, then it turns out that you are not yet developed. You cannot go knight d5 and next time playing bishop
maybe
b7.
I can play knight b5.
Knight b5, oops. Now it gets very sharp. Even some queen sacrifice.
Yeah.
Bishop b7 is
of course
maybe possible, or it's just too much. Maybe it's too much. Yeah, no, bishop b7 is too much. But
this is a...
Yeah, this is very
and if you take here, of course, I can just knight c7 straight away.
Yeah.
So
knight cd7 is asking for trouble, definitely.
Knight somewhere, but that feels...
But then you change
just change knight c7, precisely.
No, actually knight c6. I wanted to sack my queen, but actually I'm forced to sack it already. Otherwise I will lose it.
But then when you win the game, you know, you say how much of a genius you were.
Of course, it was all part of the big plan.
Part of the plan, yeah.
Yeah, so knight cd7 is probably not a move.
So what is it?
Normally when you play b4, you just have to double check first that knight c takes e4 is not working. But it seems it does not work. I mean, knight e4, queen e4, some bishop f5, but the queen has enough squares. So any move is probably good enough. I mean, queen f3. You just cannot make a wrong move.
Yeah.
So knight e4 just doesn't work.
The fact the queen, there is no queen move. So what move is there here? Very curious. So
Yeah, then probably knight e6 has to be.
No.
Or hang on some. No. I mean,
does he want some crazy?
e5
Yeah,
doesn't
I
work,
mean,
because e5 then knight moves somewhere. It's not clear
no.
what you really benefit.
No.
But this case b4 is attractive.
Knight e6. Rook d1.
Rook d1, even it's maybe not necessary, because after castles, knight takes e4 is still not a threat. So I can basically also just castle.
But I like rook d1.
I also like, that's why I suggested
yeah,
it.
I like
It really makes a nice feeling to
But
play
so,
such
so
moves.
something like this takes, and now let's say bishop e6 with the idea of a very quick rook c8, and maybe Magnus has provoked b4 to say, okay, well now your pawn on c4 is going to be weak, so you know castles, rook c8. And what do you do with this guy?
Okay, now you have to watch out for e5. Can I play e5?
Oh yeah, you can play e5, of course.
But there is a nice trick. d5, bishop e5, queen 8, knight b5 is met by queen takes b5. Because otherwise knight b5 would be extremely strong.
Wow.
But
Yes.
then it's not really winning.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if here a move like queen b2 exists. Just try to make use of the b4 move.
Queen b2, that's interesting. And if rook c8?
Then knight d5.
Knight d5. And the point is that if you take, we have this intermediate, very nasty, that ends the game actually immediately. So you would have to go bishop takes d5.
Yeah, but this is not something you want to do. Then cd5.
Or cd5.
And then my bishop from e2 goes to
this
b5
is,
or
oh
c6.
wow, this is amazing for white. Yeah.
Yeah, this is then very, very good.
Yeah, this is actually one of those, you know, just looking, you know, at something like this. This is a position which is.
And then next bishop b5, bishop c6 cement, and
just no counterplay for black and lots of play on. So a very big moment in this game already on move 11. I like white. I mean, I feel all these moves. I've moved my knight 2 times. I've moved my pawn to b6. I don't.
yeah, definitely after b4 I like white. But if you castle and bishop b7 f's these kind of fours, then I feel that yeah, black has a lot of counterplay maybe.
Yeah, I think he's going to go b4, Matthias. He's young. He's full of beans. He's not that scared. I think. He's too young to be afraid of things, you know, 19.
Okay, but still, it's like the first game against Magnus. You also ask yourself, if b4 is so good, then what Magnus has in mind? Then why did he play like this? So there are, I mean, it's nice to be confident, but it's also natural that you have some doubts once you are playing the world champion. He definitely has something in mind.
Interesting developments in the MVL game. We last saw it after c4. g4 was played as we expected, and h5. Pawn takes, rook takes, and now f5. Now,
Wow.
this brings back memories for me because I played a similar idea against Grandmaster Ilya, if you're watching, Zaragatsky. It was a Karakan advanced variation, but the same idea with take takes and f5. The point being that after rook takes f5. Knight g3 and this rook is trapped. It's quite cute. So I've played this move also because, of course, you want to play if you can get f takes e6 in. This is a dream. So if you have to take here, the first move that I look at is knight f4, rook h8, and just carry on. Just go.
Well, it looks extremely scary. I
Looks-
don't believe that black can play like this.
So, but what do you do here after knight f4?
No, that's why I'm thinking already after
Maybe
f5.
f5?
And probably that's why Arkady is thinking as well. I don't know.
Well, he took on f5.
He took already. Yeah?
Maybe it's okay though. Knight f4, just rook h8.
But maybe rook h.
Oh, rook h6.
But then knight takes d5. Is
Right.
tempo.
Yeah. So rook h8. So if I go e6, maybe there's just, maybe you just
Yeah, you also get the e4 square. So
carry on. Well, he played knight f4. I can understand why he played knight f4.
yeah, there was. Okay, knight f4 is natural.
Of course.
Knight f4 is played.
You can also just take on d5, right? If you're...
You can, yeah, you can. But this is then kind of double-edged.
Yeah, because sometimes
Some bishop
the bishop
b7.
b7, and also you have to worry about a knight jump.
Yes.
Because of this.
For the moment, I didn't see how it could work, the knight jump.
Yeah.
Because knight d5, d takes d5.
Yeah, precisely. Well, Arkady is still playing extremely quickly.
Exactly, that's why I'm also a little bit baffled. That what can I say? If he would have spent 25 minutes for it, I would say, okay, how could you play like this? Yeah, but since he's playing fast, definitely he knows what he's doing, or at least that's what he's signaling his opponent, that okay, you are playing good, but I expected you to play good, and I know what's happening. I mean, after e6, then black plays knight f6.
Yeah, e6, knight f6.
And it's a double-edged question. If white is not benefiting immediately, then black is happy with this development. I mean, e takes f7, king f7, knight g5, king g8. And okay, you have the e4 square, next knight e4, and...
This king is very open. Yeah, his queen comes out very quickly, even...
Exactly, who is attacking who?
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah, that's why
I would
e6...
be very uncomfortable here with white.
Yeah, here definitely.
Yeah, it feels like a lot, right?
I mean, okay, white is not forced to play e6, because until you don't play e6, you have all kinds of positional plans with
Right.
h4, h5.
Maybe
also.
even just h4 here, right?
But then it's a question if really f5 was so necessary so quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Just
because
to
now
keep
after
the square.
h4, he can go knight b6, he can put then bishop on e6, bishop e7, queen d7. I mean, all those moves.
Consolidate. And also if he castles long, yeah, not clear.
But I also understand Maxime, because when he saw the opportunity to go f4, f5, it was very hard to resist.
Of course.
And
yeah.
you also don't know if it's part of Arkady's preparation or not. So he wanted to see the reaction. He saw the reaction that Arkady answered immediately. So now definitely he needs time to think, to understand what's really going on, because he understands very well that even so that he played after 6 move a6 knight e2, he was trying to get Arkady out of his preparation. It seems like Arkady anticipated white's plan with knight e2 and c3. It's a very ambitious plan, so probably it's one of the first things when you consider 6a6 move, whether or not white will be able to profit with the move order. So you start analyzing, and then you might ask this question that, okay, but 10th move g4 is great, and then you consult with the computer, and then computer shows that, yeah, it's great, but actually there are so many so many finesses in the position, and then you start to get attracted to it. This is a typical scenario.
Very interesting. Blue not yet moved, so he's really thinking about b4, but I think he will play it, because I don't think you can allow bishop b7. I think that's giving too much. In the How You Fan Fabiano game, we have got pretty much a position we had on the board. And in this position after g6, knight f1, yeah, knight g7 is a move, of course.
But after knight g7, there is this slightly uncomfortable move, sometimes bishop h6.
Yeah. And if knight f5?
And a knight yeah, it's not here. Once the knight is already on g3, so after knight g7, knight g3. And if you play f6, then, for example, bishop h6 exists.
This would be much, this would be much more unpleasant to do. Yeah,
just to ask the question, how are you gonna rearrange your pieces?
So, what actually happened was Fabiano has just played the move f6. And now I kind of like my idea of bringing my knight to g4. I feel like the knight really sits very well there. And
it's interesting.
It's an interesting idea, isn't it?
It's a very interesting idea.
Because I don't want to go knight g3. I mean, I can play moves like bishop d2, can double on the E file. These are all very typical moves and potentially very decent moves. But I feel like these are just moves that are...
Yeah, because if you play bishop d2, then maybe now I'm gonna go knight g7.
Yeah, and if rook e2, just bishop f5.
Bishop f5. And
or even bishop g4.
Yes,
yeah.
but okay, if you don't allow, then basically once I exchange the light square bishops,
Yeah.
I can very comfortably put my queen on d7,
D7
and I will
the rook
go
on
rook
e8,
a8,
yeah.
and I'm super solid,
Yeah.
and everything makes sense.
Yeah.
So
actually, yeah, so... Oh, what did I do? Didn't do anything. F6.
yeah, so after f6, maybe it's kind of a critical moment, yeah, in order to try to put some pressure. I mean, this h3 is high class. I have to say.
Thanks,
I
man.
have to say, it's high class because
I quite, you know, if you want to continue using those adjectives throughout the broadcast at any of my moves,
well,
I'll
if you keep on suggesting such moves,
I'll happily take them.
I'm forced to.
High class and me, not often grouped in the same sentence. So also the idea is that after knight g7, so I'm trying to think, because here maybe I can actually, rather than playing knight 1 h2, maybe I can go knight e3, simultaneously stopping bishop f5 and still threatening knight g4. This was my idea. And of course, if you go knight ef5,
then you also go knight
then
g4.
I go knight g4 anyway. And your knights, they're jumping around, but they're not really achieving much. Now, once I got the knight there.
Okay, I can now at least continue bishop e6 because it's very important to get this bishop e6, queen d7.
Well, I'm very tempted.
Well, I understand.
I'm very tempted.
I would also be very tempted. Yeah, takes,
and now
you have a choice.
I have a choice
yeah.
exactly here. So even here, putting a knight on f5, I would just take this.
I think this, but then you give me the chance to go knight g7 immediately.
Knight g7.
And maybe I get some harmony.
Some harmony, huh? Harmony is good. Yeah.
But definitely you have extremely good compensation. But knight h6 is probably even stronger. Yeah, just to. I mean, king h8 is forced. Knight takes f5. And it looks
well, huge compensation.
Huge compensation. Okay, it's a question if it's really for advantage because black is very solid, but
of course, yeah.
But it's a long game. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, huge.
Yeah, but if after knight g4 I'm not playing bishop e6, I noticed also that you have this option, but where do I put the bishop? I don't really want to play bishop d7 because then I cannot play queen d7.
Exactly. And if you do nothing, I can do this all day if I want.
You can do that. And h5, just to mention it, I will not be happy to play such move like h5 here, but we should mention knight h6, then king h7. I mean, it might be not so bad because knight f5, bishop f5, I'm probably happy.
Maybe.
But maybe after h5 you just jump back to h2, knight gh2, keeping all the pieces, and then some g4 is in the air because g6 pawn is now weakened. That's why h5 is not something that I really would like to do.
Mm-hmm. Feels very committal to play h5. I don't like it. In fact, she's played h3, so we could be approaching this, and actually Fabiano has to be quite precise here because if he allows this maneuver, then don't know. I don't see where he's getting his play. Don't know. I prefer white.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there is maybe one idea like bishop c7, knight d6, regrouping. But after bishop d6, you might have b3, bishop a3 ideas. So, okay, you want to continue, yeah, like this.
What do you want?
Then knight d6, and then you knight g4.
Yeah, because I've always got.
Yeah.
No, this is unpleasant for black. This position is unpleasant.
Okay, now I can go knight e7 to f5. And then knight d6 to f7, covering some squares, but it looks ugly.
But
because
even here,
b3, bishop a3 is also dangerous.
just bishop f4.
Bishop f4.
Because this guy is on pre.
This is on pre. Yeah.
So your knight, then they're stepping on each other's toes, right?
Yeah.
So And wow, Bluebaum allowed this. I'm very surprised by this decision by Bluebaum that he didn't want to go b4. He just castled and then put his bishop on f3. So passive. But
he has the center, and he is not allowing any counterplay. And basically, if he is able now to put rook ad1, rook fe1, then okay, what's the problem with the passive bishop on f3?
Also, yeah. So also rook ad1. So let's say he plays rook c8, rook ad1. Let's say he plays a non-move here, like a6.
Then e5.
E5 is the first move you think
and it's
of.
a winning move.
Probably winning, right? Just too much going on. Takes, and then some. Yeah, that's too much. So and this has happened. So rook c8 is on the board. I think Bluebaum will play rook.
Okay, rook ad1, probably knight cd7 is a must.
Rook a. But maybe I can go
Then bishop f3, yeah, bishop takes d1.
Ah, my queen is on prise, right. So knight cd7 immediately. Okay, right. So now, yeah, Bluebaum will play b3, no question.
Or bishop e2 back.
Or just bishop e2.
Bishop e2 also makes sense.
Uh-huh.
Because if knight c5, I have e5, so you actually
And
it's
if
not a
knight
repetition.
e5,
then I go b3.
Now b3.
Then you committed your knight to then maybe f4, bishop f3 is coming, and
a bit
I got very active.
Okay, so maybe Matthias actually, we gave him too much. I gave him too much stick for his move because this is a very solid option. I just hate to put my bishop here, you know.
Yes, but actually in this Marot is not just. I think the most important is that the two knights should stand perfectly, and the knight is on d4 and c3. Those are the two best squares. And you can allow your bishop temporarily to be a little bit put into a strange position. But if you would put the white knight from c3 to d2, then you would lose all your trumps. Yeah? So this is
a lot of people would like to lose all their trumps. You know, that's something I know.
issue. Yeah.
That's something I know for a fact. There are a lot of trumps out there that they would like to lose. Anyway, very quickly, so what I think we should do is let's have a look at the Iranian game, and then, Mr. Producer, maybe it's a good time just to have a very quick pause because we've been on for about an hour and 20 minutes. So we got this position in the Iranian game where he went rook c1 a la Romanishin, as you said.
Exactly.
Knight c6 and knight d2.
Knight d2. So now white wants to go queen d1, knight b3 and things like this.
And now a5, I like this move.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged move because you are fighting against knight b3, so if queen d1 then a4, black would reach what he's aiming for, but after a5 white can play a4. And now we both get squares.
And now you both get these squares. It's very difficult to
say who will profit in the long terms, because in short terms it's just impossible to say, but in long terms, okay, I know that Levon, Armenian school, I mean, usually they were always very smart in such positions. I think my father-in-law Arshak Petrosyan is a big expert of all this Ratis position. He had played it a lot with white. And he would also put his bishop on e3, knight d2, rook c1, then queen d1, knight b3, and things like this. It's very much Armenian school, if one can say that such school exists. Because as they also say, we always say that it's Soviet chess school, but actually such thing does not exist as Soviet chess school. It's just a phenomenon.
Right. Right. So yeah, we'll see who that benefits. And what I'll ask everybody watching this broadcast, of course, just to remind you, if you've just joined us, this is round 1 of the 2017 GRENKE Chess Classic. World champion Magnus Carlsen participating for the first time since January, so he's been on a good 3-month break, playing today against the young German talent Matthias Bluebaum. We can see Magnus sporting some very trendy spectacles. Is it his eyesight that's going, or is he just trying to look cool? We'll ask him after the game. But of course, while we're going for a quick break, we're going to get a nice refreshment. Send your tweets in to us. We want to hear from you. And more importantly, take this opportunity to ask Grandmaster Peter Leko, a man who's been at the top of chess for over 2 decades, your questions, comments, anything else you want to know. He's here and we're happy to take your questions. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes for continued coverage of this round 1 of the 2017 GRENKE Chess Classic. Welcome back to round 1 of the GRENKE Chess Classic here in Karlsruhe. We are about an hour and a half into the first round. If you've just joined us, welcome. If you've joined us from the beginning, even better. Thanks for staying with us. I'm here with Grandmaster Peter Leko, legend of the game, no exaggeration. You were a child prodigy, weren't you, actually? You were one of the youngest Grandmasters of all time.
Yeah, I was in '94, yeah.
How old were you when you became Grandmaster?
I was 14 years, 5 months, something.
14 years, 5 months?
Yeah, 14 days, I don't know already. In vachier-lagrave. I became youngest Grandmaster in '94, vachier-lagrave in January.
And that was the youngest Grandmaster of all time at that time? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
But even for today's standards, that would be unbelievable. So for you to do that then was just amazing. Peter, also not just the youngest Grandmaster, but former World Championship candidate. And before the break, I asked you guys to have some questions ready for the Twitter. Please use hashtag C24Live. Is that the correct hashtag? Or can we use, or hashtag GRENKE Chess? Both are good. Hashtag GRENKE Chess is also fantastic. If you have any questions for Peter, even if you have any questions for me, happy to hear from you guys at home. Hopefully we're going to make this show as interesting for you as possible. Now, 4 games still in progress. We can see on screen the game between world champion Magnus Carlsen playing his first tournament in 3 months, playing against the very talented young German Grandmaster, 19 years old, Matthias Blubaum. And we have a very curious position. Magnus playing something he doesn't normally play, but obviously wanted an unbalanced position. Exactly. to maintain chances. The position we have on the board is the following. We actually have reached a kind of Marozzi setup, which is, for all of you who don't know what that is when you play against a Sicilian-esque structure, so without the c-pawn, and white has c4 and e4. And this grip on the d5 square and the space that white gains in the center, many years ago, people used to consider this as a kind of dream setup for white.
Still they do.
Still they consider it, right? The only difference in this position is that white has got a bit of a silly looking bishop on f3. It's not completely silly, but clearly it's very passive. And in an ideal world, improving that bishop would be nice.
Yeah, in fact, what came to my mind that, as you said, Magnus is not really having much experience with the Marozzi, but he has a lot of experience with the hedgehog.
Right.
And now this position is turning from a Marozzi into a hedgehog with a bishop on f3 on the diagonal, yeah? Because in the Marozzi the white bishop is on e2 and white plays f2, f3.
Right. Keeping
the bishop on e2, and in the hedgehog you have g3, bishop g2 set up, and now with the bishop committed to the diagonal, and now queen c7, queen b8 had been played. So we are now slowly moving to a hedgehog position. Black still needs moves like a6, e6, rook f8, and once you get those moves, you are completely flexible.
That's what he wants, and he feels he'll have a lot more chances. Of course, the queen does go to a8 sometimes as well in this position too, and it makes sense here with this bishop on f3 also, because it's difficult to defend e4 actually. So like probably rook fe1 looks like I don't know if it's the only move here, but it's certainly
It's a natural move. Yeah.
certainly a natural move, because now after Queen A8, you can move the bishop to G5, for example, and you cover E4. So
Yeah, but as always with any position which you can generalize and have some strategical ideas, everything depends on move per move. Because if really black gets these E6, A6 positions, then he has, I think, no problems. But the question is, will he be able to get those moves? And one of the ideas like knight C3 to D5 comes in mind exactly in this moment before black gets the chance of playing E6, because the last move was Queen B8. Clearly E6 was not possible due to knight DB5. So
let's say I go Rook FE1. This for me feels like the right
then I
move.
go E6.
You want to go E6 immediately here.
Yes. And now the question is whether with knight DB5 you can attack me or not. Because I thought that I go Rook FD8. And you go bishop f4, I go knight e8, slightly ugly, but if I get a6 next, then I can live with it.
I don't like this, Peter.
For whom?
For black.
And why?
I just feel like allowing knight DB5, somehow I want to punish you.
Yeah, you have to punish me, because otherwise
But even here, like this move, right?
B4, yeah. B4.
Because now you can't go knight
I can't go knight
and if you go
CD7.
here, I can probably just slip, and you've got a weird hedgehog here.
Yeah, I wonder if after b4 can I go a6?
A6.
Or it's just too much
Well,
already?
it feels like a lot. To me, it feels
a lot, yeah, but it's a principle move.
Also, if I take on d6,
Yeah, Rook d6.
take,
BC, BC, and e5, yeah, and you are winning a piece.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's an argument.
that's a strong argument.
Yeah, that's
So-
actually what black is facing as a difficulty. That normally you play first a6 and then e6, but since this knight d5 is hanging in the air, okay, it's not a disaster knight d5, but I just wanted to be super ambitious to play e6 and a6. But
So what if you go a6 first?
yeah, then you might go knight d5.
I might just go knight d5, right? Yeah,
With
because
double attack on b6 and d7, so I'm
Ah.
basically forced to capture, and then you
And
take
then
with
with
ed,
e-pawn, and this is a disaster, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
This
This
is
is
a
what I wanted to avoid. Yes.
actually, so this is why I'm thinking. So Rook FE1 is such a natural move to make here. Also with just all of these ideas, I would be very surprised if Matthias didn't play this. The only other conceivable move here is a move like Bishop G5, maybe immediately. The idea being that maybe I am threatening takes knight D5 again. That's the only other.
But you don't really want to give up the dark square bishop. I mean, the dark square bishop is the soul of the position.
Yes.
Okay, you actually do a lot of damage. Yeah.
But let's
because
just
of
say let's just say we got this position.
exactly, and now it suddenly makes sense.
Because if you take.
Then you get the c6
take-
square.
Yeah, and then I get this square, but maybe, and then we have this is actually a very deceptive position, I feel, because a lot of players will say, well, White's got this really bad bishop, and he's not going knight c6, and my knight, but actually this is a disaster for black, I feel,
Yeah,
this
actually
position.
it's probably just lost.
Because
h4 is coming and you just made him.
These guys are weak, the knight is very far, e7 is weak. There have been many games like this, right, where... So...
I mean, basically you are forced to put the queen from b8 to f6 and then it's a normal position, but
Yes.
with the queen on b8
it can't get back.
it looks terrible.
And in fact, Matthias has played Rook FE1, so
Yeah.
real problems for Magnus to solve already, in my opinion. I think this position is so clearly easy for White to play. His next move is Bishop G5. Sometimes he might. So let's say you go but E6 knight DB5.
e6 knight db5 was a problem.
So what is your move here?
Yeah, that's well, and a6 then knight d5. So it's maybe Rook fd8. I mean,
Rook F2.
trying to be able to play e6 next.
And if I go knight d5, you go e6. This is your idea, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Knight d5. Oh no, you can't go e6.
Yeah, I
next.
cannot go e6.
So what was your idea here?
Well, I'm not so happy with the position. I can't say that I'm full of ideas, but yeah, if I'm forced to take on d5, then I just don't
This
like
is
it.
just wonderful.
This is
Yeah.
just
And
terrible.
what's this rook doing here?
Yeah, so rook f8 is not an option. I mean, a6 knight d5 is similar. That's why I suggested e6, because I felt like this e6 gives dynamic possibilities. I understand that it looks like white is in control, but maybe there is some tactics, I don't know. d5, whether d5
D5 here?
possible or not. I mean, it's definitely a move one has to take over, but okay, you just take, yeah, knight takes d5. Your rooks are perfectly placed, yeah.
This
No,
is
this d5 doesn't work. So rook f d8 was again. Then after knight db5 kind of forced, and then you played b4. You showed me with b4. That
yeah, so let's put that on the board. So rook fe1, e6, knight dp5, rook fd8. And now I think this is an important move,
This is
taking
very
advantage
important,
of the fact that knight has to go here, and now the queen defends both. And also,
yeah, the knight on a6 is really ugly. I mean,
really
this is
bad,
not-
yeah. And you can't go knight c7 because this guy drops, so this position feels close to terrible, if not already.
Yeah, no, this is very bad.
Yeah,
So
this is-
after
this
rook
is-
fe1, black has to come up with a very clever move. Rook fe8. Exactly. That was the next move I wanted to
Rook
suggest.
fe8. Aha, so he anticipates knight
Knight
d5.
d5. Yeah.
Okay, rook fe8. Aha. So if I go, so knight d5. Now you're going to go e6, right?
Now I go e6. Yeah. And the exchange of one pair of knights is.
Yeah, this alleviates a lot of the pressure, I think.
But okay, still knight b5.
Bishop e5 maybe.
Bishop e5. Yeah.
Queen d2. d8.
Yeah, but now at least it looks like a position.
Yeah, I'm going a6 very quickly.
Yeah.
I don't like knight d5 so quickly. So what if I play?
But now I can. Go...
now you can go takes anyway. h6 you can play. So
Okay, but h6 maybe you then just.
just
move.
come back here.
But maybe after bishop g5 I don't need to react. I can maybe just play a6.
a6.
Or then again bishop f6, knight d5 because suddenly b6
Exactly.
b6 is weakened.
Exactly. So
a6 should not be played. Yeah, bishop g5. Maybe even a move like knight cd7 just to get the because somehow this knight on c5 allows you all these kind of things, yeah. After knight cd7, I might be able to play a6 next.
I want to do something a bit freaky here. I want to try this crazy looking move.
Yeah, shocking me with this, yeah?
Yeah.
Bishop f6, okay, knight takes f6, no, knight takes.
Knight takes, yeah.
Knight takes.
And now,
That's why I went back.
and now if I go here,
But now you don't threaten with anything, now I can...
there's not really a threat.
now
That's
I
my
can play
problem.
also e6, no?
E6 and yeah, it takes, and bishop e5 is the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, with the dark squares.
Actually, there's funny line. There's a funny line here.
Bishop e7,
Yeah, I want to take.
take. E5, but okay, this is fighting for draw already.
Oh no, I'm a piece down.
Yeah, no, I mean, you are piece down, but in general...
Yeah, I'm a piece down. I've just
it makes
miscalculated.
I can just remove the bishop.
Yeah,
it
it's
makes-
just,
yeah,
it's
no.
nonsense. It's nonsense. It's absolute. So, I like your move, knight cd7 here.
Well, because if it will be a hedgehog, it will be normal for black. Yeah, I mean, this rook f8 was a kind of key move.
Actually, it does. So now what do I do with white? So I don't like bishop g5. So
Yeah, bishop g5 is maybe an empty move.
So we need another move. But you are threatening a pawn, right? Oh no, sorry, you're not if I do that. Whew.
But we should also, I think, mention the time, yeah, because it's move 15 and Matthias has
Wow, he's only
40
got-
minutes.
Wow.
I mean, he's 40 minutes behind the clock. Magnus had been playing extremely fast, and I think his main worry was that he had to get the type of possession. Now he, with queen settled on b8 and rook f8, he's about to get what he was hoping for before the game. And with this time situation, it looks like he got what he wanted.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find a move now for Matthias. This requires very delicate touch. You need to find an accurate move here.
I mean, because of this bishop on f3, everything is different than
Rook
than it
f8 was
used
a
to be.
class move, actually.
I mean, okay, white can of course go g3, bishop g2, and then okay, but it gets. I mean, black is also playing a6, e6 next, so it's typical. I mean, you regroup your pieces, but then it's a very good hedgehog for black.
How stupid is this move?
Well, it certainly has some point.
No, I mean, it's not like I didn't just play g4 because I love g4. I'm trying to...
You stop knight cd7.
I stopped knight cd7.
So it shows that you had high respect for knight cd7.
I have high respect. Also, maybe I do just want to play g5 and bishop g4 in some universe. It looks crazy, this move, but also talking about g3, yeah, maybe sometimes I just drop this guy back. I'm going f4, so I know it's very, very ambitious. And in fact, we do have a move. Bishop to c1.
Yeah, but this is a sign then that black is fine.
Yeah, this move doesn't inspire me tremendously.
Okay, he wants to put maybe the bishop to b2, but usually in the hedgehog was considered that the bishop on e3 is better placed than on b2. But again, we have this bishop on f3.
Magnus is playing instantly. e6.
Yeah, he just wants to get his setup.
Yeah, now I feel like the danger has passed for Magnus.
Yeah, definitely.
So, okay, let's move to another game. A really interesting game was the game MVL versus Nidic, and we last saw it after knight f4, rook h8. And we were looking at moves like e6, knight takes d5, but the conclusion we came to was actually white has got long-term compensation for this pawn, so there's no need to do it. So that's why Maxime played the very natural move as well, queen e2, whereas now e6 looks like it could be, in some variations, very dangerous. So knight b6 looks absolutely forced to me. I don't know. I mean...
Yeah, of course. There is no other move.
And now Maxime continues with his theme of just saying, well, I've got compensation with rook g1.
Well, also black was threatening g5, I think.
Aha, g5 was a threat, yes. And now Nidic played a move again we saw before the break, rook to a7. I actually really like this move. I think this move is a very useful move. The rook comes and blocks a lot of the time. And white has got a question of where is he putting his king long term?
Well, actually both sides have this question. Yeah?
Very curious position.
Yeah, very unique.
I don't know who I prefer. Actually, I would mostly be playing this position with white just because of my style, but somewhere deep inside me, I prefer black. There's just kind of a rejection of, this is like self-deprecation and self-hatred, you know? This is me hating myself. Because I get these positions with white, yeah, I've got a lovely knight on f4, I can go to g5, I've got e6 ideas. But actually they're just ideas. They're just dreams, and like all of my dreams, they've all been shattered. Who would you take here?
I mean, okay, I'm an e4 player, so I definitely would take white. But I'm also not sure what's exactly going on.
What's next?
Because usually white would like to go h4, but it's not clear where does this h4 really lead to.
Right.
But still, I mean, h4 looks
yeah, h4 looks natural here, right?
But then the question appears why rook g1 was played and not h4 immediately, right away.
is an idea also for black to go rook e7, let's say here.
No, I don't think so, because
No?
f6 is always met by knight g6, and
No, my
you
idea,
will not be able to
my idea is actually just to go with the king.
Yeah, no, this idea exists, and it's a clever idea, but I don't think that with rook e7 together, somehow this makes a very ugly field. Because I can go here, bishop h3, for example,
That's
and
the
you're
problem.
anyway not moving anywhere.
That's the problem.
And you are a little bit pegged.
Yeah, rook e7 is probably a bit too...
I mean, usually I think that black would love to play some g6, bishop e7, but g6 can be eventually met by e6 at some position, but then the rook really comes handy on a7.
Right.
So I think that's the point behind rook a7, that maybe he can
it's so dangerous.
consider to play g6.
G6, e6, rook e7, is that what you want to do?
Well, basically even after e6 I'm not sure if I'm forced to react immediately, because this rook e7, rook e8 will be hanging in the air, but knight g5 is also hanging in the air. Yeah, very sharp, very sharp.
Is another idea here queen d7? I know this move looks very strange.
But then not together with rook a7. That's the problem. Because
Right.
then it could have been played before, and then knight d8. It's a very natural way of playing regrouping. But if you already played rook a7.
So what's the idea here? What is the move? Because there are a limited number of moves here. It's not like, you know.
Okay, another idea is just to play bishop e6. I mean, it's a very natural, very solid move. And you block this e6. I mean, once
I mean.
Okay, you
yes.
wanna go knight g5?
I want to. Well, I'm thinking about all kinds of stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff.
Well, I saw that h5 or knight g5, these two moves look natural. And now there is a big choice, yeah.
Don't know. Very, very difficult. Don't know.
I don't know, but can you go now king d7? This might be an idea.
No, takes here?
Yes, then fe, because I have king
you have
h4 check. Yeah.
That's quite an important feature. And this is the sort of position Shirov would be very good with white, right? In his prime. You know, this position.
Probably even now. If it's good, then if the position
like, this is the sort of
good.
position I imagine Shirov playing. What was your record like against Shirov when you were playing a lot?
Well, I mean, when I was a youngster and I faced the extremely good Alexei, then I had problems. Then when I kind of grew up and became elite player myself, then I took over. For quite a while I had extremely good record, and then strangely enough, like from 2010, my record is lately not that. Okay, we also haven't been playing too many games, but I lost 2 games where I've been overly ambitious with white, and Alexei showed to me that he is today also capable of playing extremely good chess, and he beat me.
Okay.
So that's why I said if the position is good, then Alexei still kills.
Still do it.
You know.
Okay, let's come back to this one. Let's quickly go to Aronian Maya. We last saw it after a5, a4, and we were saying here how both colors have achieved something, and they've both also made concessions. White has got the b5 square, black has got the b4 square. Who does this benefit and why? Difficult to say. Maya now plays a very typical maneuver, knight to e8. The knight on f6 was not really doing much, and the knight has got more of a future on the queen side. Aronian decided to exchange bishops.
Well, let's just go back to this, because I think bishop c5 is quite a remarkable move. White seems to be claiming that I have 2 bishops, and it would look very natural to play something like queen d1, but maybe black has some ideas trapping the e3 bishop. I mean, I don't see it exactly. Yeah, for example,
yes.
queen d1, d4, Bishop takes e6 bc, bishop f4 g5, bishop e5 f6 traps the bishop. So actually this is an idea behind knight e8.
Very nice.
Yes, so this is very important, and maybe that's the reason why basically bishop c5 is kind of forced.
Yes.
And okay, black exchanges the bishops, but also white gets a very nice rook on c5. So again, both sides got something. Yeah. I mean, white has the open file. There is some pressure. I feel there should be some pressure.
See, I look at this, I just feel no pressure at all with black. That's how weak I am.
No,
that's the difference.
Not necessarily, but...
no, that's the difference. Like, if I just go knight d6 now, for example.
Yes, then maybe I go e3.
Okay, e3. Let me just play, like, how I would play a blitz game here. Okay.
Yes, so this... So I should be also blitzing.
Yeah,
or am I allowed to think of it?
No, you can think. I mean, but I would just be playing like this.
Yeah, rook f8. Yeah? And if rook ac1...
Well, I've got knight e5, I've got knight b4, I've got... I don't know.
Yeah, knight b4 bothers me because then you have b6.
Exactly.
And
B6
if you manage to exchange all rooks, then you have no problems at all. I mean, my pressure is based on the open c file. If I'm not able to exert pressure, so maybe e3 was not precise. Hang on. Yeah, knight d6, very natural. How can I try to? Because queen b6 runs into rook a6 always.
Right.
So queen b6 doesn't give me anything. So I have to be super smart here. Okay, rook ac1, because I'm not sure if knight d4 is a threat.
No, I'm not sure I want to go knight d4.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So if I just go...
Rook f3,
yeah.
Then can I go queen c3? Or it's...
Yeah, okay, I'm still not...
Not impressed, yeah?
Somehow I'm not, but 1 second. Maybe I am more impressed now.
Yeah, but this knight on d6 is so good.
And if I go... Oh, can I? No, I better not hang pieces.
But you can go knight e7. Which I think is extremely important, because after rook c7 you can just take queen takes a4. This might be a very important detail.
Ah, just here now. Yeah.
Yes, and the two knights are covering all the important squares. So yeah, maybe.
Actually, yeah, like with the two knights here.
Yeah, I mean, knight on d6 is typically super solid. Yeah.
Super knight.
I mean, I thought that white should be in time to pose some problem, but yeah, somehow this knight d6, rook fc8, and knight moves comes way too fast. I don't know how to deal with this. Can I? Yeah, but I don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't see it. I just don't like my bishop being locked out here.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go e3, d4, bishop e2, but this is just... I can do, but you are in time to equalize, so
okay,
I'm not...
If you could get this bishop here quickly, it would be something, right? But
I'm only getting it when it doesn't matter already.
Exactly.
So...
No, I think Georg is fine. I don't think Levon found a way to put maximum pressure on.
But knight e8 was a very super
really
smart
like
move.
this move.
Super
Really like this move. This is really very classy move. Let's go to Hoyifan Caruana. And we last saw it after h3 before the break, and we were saying this is a very clever move because you're asking black to make the move, and if you go knight g7, the problem is white can either go knight e3 or bishop h6. So it's a kind of very decent waiting move because also white has got this plan. Rook f7 was played, so Fabiano also waiting, making a useful move. And Hoyifan waiting again with a useful move, connecting the rooks, bishop d7, and again, very typical plan, rook e2. And Fabiano decided now that actually all of this knight g7 stuff was too slow, so he went c5. Which at first glance looks like a desperate attempt to get some air.
Yeah. I mean, it usually, if black would feel comfortable, he would rather prefer to play without c5. Yeah, but we also didn't really see how black should untangle his pieces. Yeah, so in this sense, then c5 does make sense at the cost that you are getting isolated pawn. Isolated pawn. I'm usually not a big fan of isolated pawns.
Well, this is what happens. Takes, and now white took this diagonal. I have to say I dislike Fabiano's position immensely here.
Yeah, I mean, rook d1 is coming.
Rook d1 is coming.
It looks like white has extremely easy play.
Looks just positionally...
Yeah, looks well, because
looks terrible.
Nothing makes sense. Yeah, I mean, the rook on f7, f6, g6 pawns are, the king side is weakened. I even don't see how to get the harmony. I mean, like knight g7, knight e6, or knight c6 back, but this all looks...
Fabi. He's going to need one of his... I think he should start realizing now that these are the kind of positions where... Well, I mean, Hou Yifan, she's clearly smelling blood. She's got big time advantage, half an hour on the clock. And Fabi looks worried, which is not good. He doesn't look happy at all, and he shouldn't be happy because his position just doesn't make sense. He's got knights here, he's got a weak pawn, and look at white's harmony and, you know, beautiful pieces.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
This is a position you would dream of, right, Peter, with white?
Of course, yeah. Basically, I mean, on higher sense, you would consider it technically almost like a winning position. I mean, that of course you have to put a lot of effort, but it's already kind of in your hands. Yeah, with white. That's how you would feel. But okay, we know Fabiano is extremely good also in defending bad positions.
Yeah.
I think this is also one of the very big qualities of the super players, that they are not only very strong when they get good positions, but even when they have bad positions, they realize it quite quickly and they switch mentally, and they start producing very good defending moves, and they often survive bad positions.
But this one, the problem Fabiano has is that I don't see a way for him to...
Yeah, it's practically very bad, because what are you doing?
What is his move? Like, what is his? Not only what is his move, what is his plan here? How does he remedy his?
Yeah, even if we would, for example, say now black has two moves to make, even then it's not clear what are those two moves that would solve the problems. And
bishop
white is just...
a4, bishop takes c2.
Yes.
Knight e3, knight takes c2. There are...
Yeah, but strategically speaking, yeah, strategically, yeah, of
yes.
course.
No, it's... This is not what you want.
Yeah, this is actually the problem with this knight c7 move.
But I don't like c5 either. Like, when you go c2, like, is there no other way to kind of... I don't know, play some...
No, you can certainly play moves, but also white has some ideas with c3, c4 at the right moment. So it's not like you can forever just sit and wait. I mean, okay, first rook a1 would happen, of course.
Okay, so here...
This.
At least, like...
And then next knight c8, you know?
Yeah.
Trying to release them.
Just try and release some pressure somehow.
Yeah, somehow c5 looks like a nervous move, that he simply disliked his position and he was trying to get some counterplay, and once he played it, he realized that his position got even worse.
Yeah.
This bishop f4 was a smart move. Simple move, but very effective.
c8. Okay, so now he might be looking at some d4, but even that...
Yeah, the diagonal... No, okay, rook c8 is just a good move. I mean, you have to bring the rook to the game. Okay, white will probably answer it with rook d1, targeting the d5 pawn in the long run.
It still looks disgusting to me for Fabiano, this position. Weak pawn here, weak pawn here. Where is white's weaknesses?
Yeah, all of white's pieces are placed perfectly.
Yeah.
Even the rook on e2 is not perfect because it can switch to d2. White can double on e or d.
Protects f2.
Yeah.
No, this is
huge for white.
This is huge for Hou Yifan. So all you Fabi fans out there should be worried at the moment. I certainly am worried. we've seen Arkady Naidic, he's a very creative player. And now we see a move that a lot of beginner players or intermediate players will look at this and think, what is this guy? This guy's a grandmaster. So Peter, explain what he is doing, putting his knight in the corner of the board.
Well, basically he is reshuffling his knight from b6 to e6. The same applied to the idea that we mentioned before with queen d7, knight d8, but it did not work tactically. So now we also see the point behind rook a7. So Arkady played the move rook a7 with the clear intention, my next move gonna be knight a8.
This is actually extremely
brilliant.
clever.
Yeah, it's a brilliant way to play like this. And if he would get the control on over the e6 square, then okay, white always has good compensation, but then suddenly the question starts to appear: how much is that compensation? Yeah, before that it looked just overwhelming, but yeah, knight a8.
And Maxime has gone all in, as we say in the poker world, with e6. This is incredible. This is an incredible decision. He's basically saying, so with this move e6, he's saying, if I just play a move, whatever. This is a terrible move, but
okay, any move.
Any move.
It's a developing move.
He's going to go knight c7, and he's saying, I just have nothing here. The knight comes to e6. Yeah. So he has decided that he has to go for it now. And now Arkady's going to think. But
I mean, e6 is a very principled move. Yeah, it's probably the last moment of the game when he really had the chance to play e6. And after all his play was based on e6.
So let's have a think here. What are the first move? Well, the first move that I look at is this, just because I'm...
And then knight g5.
Knight g5. And you're actually threatening knight 6.
Yes.
So I have to take... And then knight g6 no, so I can't go rook e7 because of knight g5. So I should probably take this guy.
Yeah, but if you take fe, I'm not forced to take. I might go some knight g6.
Knight g6, rook.
Yeah, where to put the rook?
It's already difficult to put the rook somewhere. Probably here.
Yeah, now I might even just develop with bishop f4. I mean, I might just not do anything direct. Just bishop f4.
Yeah, it's dangerous, isn't it, actually?
And okay, this black king on e8. Where is it? And I have ideas like bishop h3, bishop takes f5 also. But the main trump is not the knight on g6. Yeah, it's just a beautiful piece, dominating the whole king side.
I'm trying to think of, you know, in the Berlin, when white goes e6, black often likes to reply with f6, right?
But there are no queens on the board.
Well, there are no queens on the board, and also this h7 pawn normally exists, and you cover, but you can't play f6 here. That's too disgusting.
You just can't. No, you just can't.
So,
but maybe after e6 there are no threats yet, because e takes f7, king f7 would probably have black to go king g8 and then try to benefit on the e file.
So,
but which move to make? Because knight c7 you don't want to block out the rook. Bishop d6 is not possible.
What
so
about?
Maybe d5 is also hang. But knight d5 then queen e6 is fine for you. So maybe you can
queen f.
Actually do this.
But now you can.
Yeah, I have so many options now. I mean, I can already take back the pawn, yeah? Most
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, somehow queen f6, no.
There has to be a move here, a very...
I mean, okay, bishop takes e6 is a natural move to
me. I was looking at this, so
I'm trying to change this bishop, but...
And now some... Even this...
Yeah, rook g6. Is definitely a candidate. Knight c7, but then my rook is again locked out of the game. I'm not happy with this development.
Maybe rook h6 here.
Or knight e7? Can I go knight e7?
After rook g6?
No, no, after knight g5.
Knight e7?
Yeah.
Wow. And if I take here?
Yeah, then knight takes.
You want to defend this?
Well, now I don't really feel the threat. Now I can finally move my king, king f7,
Wow.
and I feel like the worst has passed.
That feels incredible to me that you can do this move. Maybe you can. King f7.
Okay, now you are already also forced to do something. Yeah?
Mm.
I mean, some move like bishop f4. I mean, I just hate black's position because it feels like it might be lost. I don't know. I mean, it has a very bad feel. It has a very bad feel.
Yeah, maybe this, and then maybe you just do this. Huh?
Yeah, but this g7 pawn is also falling. I don't know. I mean, not just bishop d6, queen d6, rook g7 might be extremely bad. Because the king, if I would be allowed to play long castle now, things would be good.
Maybe black has just got enough.
Yeah, now I got enough. No, I should not exchange the bishop. Bishop d6. If I go, yeah, bishop g5, queen d7. Yeah, so maybe not bishop f4. Maybe just bishop h3 or after knight c7.
Bishop h3. I don't know. It's very unclear. I feel very uneasy with black actually here.
Yeah, only white should also not get carried away after the rook on a1 and the bishop on f1 are not yet participating.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because when I went bishop f4 takes and rook g7 it looked very good, but after queen f4 all of a sudden I realized that you are absolutely fine. Yeah. Yeah, but bishop takes e6 is also not the move black wants to make. I don't know. What is the move here? I don't know what is the move.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. I know our caddy is going to spend at least 20 minutes on this position.
Yeah, now it's critical.
Yeah, you need to spend all your time on this position because one blunder here and it's finished for you.
Exactly.
Let's go back to Magnus's game. Bluebaum, after bishop c1, Magnus played a6. Queen e2 was played by Bluebaum. So basically, yeah, makes sense getting his queen off the c-file. Protecting e4, e6 and bishop b2, so he's reorganized. And now it's on Magnus. So the question is, well, there are lots of hedgehoggy moves here. Queen a8, h6, maybe rook here, but now the rook's on a good file. So the question is, what is Magnus's breakthrough? Of course, d5 is
always the main idea, but not easy to implement because white is somehow super solid for that.
What do you do here with
good white? I mean, okay, I also have move like e5 immediately. Then knight d7, c takes d5. Okay, now you have knight takes d5, so I will first. Yeah, but my problem was that if I start with cd d5, you go knight fe4.
Yes.
That's basically the problem. So, okay,
promising.
d5
is a critical move, of course.
The most natural. Let's find out.
Looks good.
But after e5, knight d7, maybe do I have b4?
Back to this move. e5, knight d7, b4. Aha.
But now even this piece sacrifice. Knight
it's
takes
very
e5,
interesting.
bc,
right?
bc is very interesting.
Look at this. This is...
This is
This is also with this
Exactly.
guy at the end, right? People are saying, what are you talking about? I'm saying, well, eventually this happens, we clear everything, and this guy
no,
hangs.
I exactly had the same thoughts. Yeah, that even the bishop on b2 is sometimes hanging. I mean, if knight b3 has to be played, then you also simply have knight takes c4 with already three pawns
pawns.
and beautiful center with advantage. So, but also some other moves
But even
might
just,
be interesting.
just this move.
It's also possible because
Because here, F5.
no, you can take DC also, but probably.
Yeah. Sorry, this.
I just cannot.
No, you can't do this. Yeah. This looks very bad. So.
Yeah. So after D5.
Yeah, I think that.
Okay, probably White has a way to play safe. I mean, just to take ED and Queen F1. But okay, then Rook takes E1, then Black takes over. This is typical. DC4 and.
Yeah, and if you have to play this, this has been a disaster for...
Yeah.
Matthias drifted, I feel, around here. He's playing moves, but he's not... He wasn't playing the critical, you know, he spent 2 moves here and 2 moves here.
Yeah, but as we discussed, if Black gets his hedgehog, and he already did not see it, maybe your G4 was critical here, actually.
G4 here?
Maybe your G4 was what we discussed. Maybe it was the way to play in the spirit of the setup already, but it's very highly unusual. But
it's also a very difficult move to make.
Yes, definitely, it's very difficult.
At least you have ideas, right? It's not like, I don't know.
Yeah, because somehow with Bishop C1 and Queen E2, this is clearly Black gets what he wants. And now Magnus, so far he had been almost blitzing out all his moves, and now he's thinking because D5 is...
No, this is now Magnus has taken over, and normally it's this. I'm sure he's going to go D5. I'd be very surprised.
But Matthias has to have something in mind. Yeah, I mean his last 2 moves were Queen E2 and Bishop B2. Why on earth would he voluntarily enter the E file unless he has a...
I think he underestimated. This piece sacrifice. I think this is just crushing. Takes. This instinctively feels crushing for Black.
Yeah, it can only be better for Black.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. After D5, what else?
I mean, for me, for me, I'd start to just say, okay, let's see if I can hold a bad position.
If there would be a position to hold, it's not bad because Matthias has 22 minutes, so he basically needs to trade some pieces and get some.
And basically, get this position and.
This maybe it's more or less equal. I mean, okay, Black has solved all his problems. Probably it's slightly more comfortable, but. White has this D5 square, so it's not so easy to find a really easy way to exploit this pawn on C4. I mean, White has some central control.
Okay.
But it's definitely not something you really want to do with White. Yeah. It's more of an emergency.
Wow, he didn't play it. He played Rook CD8. He didn't want to release all the tension. Rook CD8. That is very surprising to me. Especially because E5 is the first move I look at. So, go with your instinct. I'm gonna.
But okay, E5, D5.
Knight C6.
Knight C6. Okay, I'm forced to take.
Yeah, so takes.
Rook takes D1.
Yeah.
Then you are not taking back my pawn.
I don't want to take it back.
You don't, but then I go Rook C8 now. Kick away.
Yeah, this is...
And then your bishop has no squares. Then I have...
Yeah, no, you don't. But...
No, okay, if I... Yeah, but... No, you should not do
Probably
this. But you can take back with the knight on D1 and then E5 pawn.
Let's try this.
Then, okay, I go knight CD7. Protecting, but... I mean, okay, you can take bishop takes C5, yeah? And it should be equal. Queen C8. And
Well, I have ways to.
yeah, I mean,
I can
okay,
take
now you are
here, yeah.
super safe. Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop d7, knight
Absolutely.
d7.
So
So this knight takes d7, knight takes d1 is a possibility.
yeah, but this is just
This was your instinct.
instinct was to
But
because
hang on after, yeah, so okay, if I take bishop fc, knight fc, then you are safe. I mean,
yes.
then there is no reason white should not play e5. So okay, after e5, d5 is forced. And then knight c6. Maybe it's a way to bail out, yeah, for white.
I mean, e5 is the first move I think of there because I just see the c6 square is available again.
Yeah, but this is again only in the case if d5 was really that strong, move 18. We are not 100% sure.
No.
Okay, we think that that's the move, but if white feels that he's fine in this position, then he doesn't feel the necessity that after rook cd8 to do something extraordinary. Yeah?
Also, he doesn't have to go e5. This is a way, like, psychologically, it's an important moment because if I were white here, having seen d5, I would think, oh, it still exists. But maybe now, actually, there's something about this move I don't like. Because now white does have a move. But the problem is if, let's say I play...
Yeah,
let's say I go
the queen.
Well, let's say I go back to c2 because now the rook is on d8. But or d2, let's say.
Yeah, but okay, c2 is more natural.
C2 is more natural. Yeah, because also the guy sometimes comes.
I mean, I know that in the hedgehog position with g3, bishop g2, it's quite common that in such position when both, I mean, white did not achieve anything, black basically comfortably equalized, but it's not clear how to do. Sometimes games end in a draw with repetition, like rook c8, queen moves, then rook d8 back, and show like, okay, please show me what is your idea. But here with bishop on f3, it feels that black has somehow the better version than all those hedgehogs.
So here, rook d1.
And knight d1. Then you take bishop e5. Then but knight d3 is coming, so it's hang on.
Yeah, actually,
it's maybe tricky.
This is
tricky because bishop takes f6 is not a move to make, and
so like this position.
Yeah,
here,
no, this against Magnus, this I would say 100 moves, but in fact you might not reach 100, so it not will be 100 moves. I mean, black is just better.
Comes, yeah.
And the bishop
so
on d4.
Actually, that doesn't seem to work. The problem with b4 is that after knight c7, he's coming to e5 really quickly, and this bishop's just got no...
Yeah, no, b4 now is out of question. It's out of... I mean, queen f1 is a move. I mean, queen c2 or queen f1. These are the two normal moves.
So queen c2, and then what were we thinking here?
Yeah, it's not clear how to... Because now all those d5 breaks basically just lead to equality. I mean, easy equality probably, but nothing more. So probably maybe just a8.
Yeah, queen a8, or maybe just this again.
Yeah. Okay, then I go g3. Finally, I get my bishop to g2.
Queen a8.
Yeah, bishop g2. That's why I was not sure if the queen on f1 is really misplaced, because it protects the g2
That's
bishop.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Because I don't see any other plan for white apart of g3 bishop g2, just to secure a little bit this king side. b5 is not a break to worry about. d5 is the only break basically that black has, but with now the queen out of the e file, it's not something to really worry about. But look at this. Matthias is down to 17 minutes.
Yeah.
And this move 18, yeah?
Yes. But they do get increment.
Yeah, they do get increment, but then it will be a heavy time trouble. Really heavy time trouble.
And we can see here, highest rated players blue ever beat are Naiditch and Shirov. So yeah, so this is Matthias's first ever 2800 player. It's a good guy to play, to break that record, but still we can see there.
Well, I mean, after the opening, it looked like he has some chances. But once Magnus got his position, I would consider that the chances of Matthias winning this game are extremely low.
I agree.
Especially with this 16 minutes for 22 moves, basically, and also it feels like Black has the slight initiative. Black decides that will I go d5 and simply liquidate, or I will just, since you have little time, why not to just fool around, yeah, with some logical moves.
Yeah, he wants
keep the tension,
keep the tension.
keep the pressure.
So here maybe Queen F1, Queen C2 we said, but okay, we'll come back to that. Let's go to Fabiano's game, because that also reached a very interesting moment. After Rook C8, Hou Yifan, she didn't go Rook D1, but she went Rook C1, which is of course very logical as well.
But somehow I prefer Rook D1, I don't know, it's just a feeling, but somehow to me it felt like the Rook belongs to the D file.
But after Rook A1, Fabiano again went into, and he's only got 20 minutes left. He went into, is this bluff mode? Is this, I don't know what kind of mode this is.
Wow, but it looks extremely scary, yeah?
G5. I mean, I don't quite see why White should be scared of this move at all.
Okay, but as we discussed, Black's position is critical anyway, so it's basically a natural way of trying to sharpen up things. Maybe after, please show me where you are going with the bishop. You go bishop h2, I might consider h5 and try to make sense of my pieces. Yeah, before we discussed that the rook on f7 had no potential, no future, and now it makes some sense. I'm not saying that, no, not claiming that this is good, but at least it makes some sense. And I don't believe that the sacrifices are working. Yeah, I mean, you just cannot really take
I mean,
and then queen f8, and it's very solid.
Yeah.
And okay, White has such a nice position.
Yeah,
if the sacrifice is not winning, then you are not gonna go do it. Yeah, where to put the bishop? To c1 or to h2?
Somehow it feels right here, but that's just me. Or d2.
Yeah, no, it's possible.
Oh. Our silicon friend.
Yes.
Who we're not using, by the way. But on this particular moment, I just had a very quick glance, has suggested an extremely powerful move.
What, knight g6? It's a typical NG move, yeah.
Yeah, but it might just be winning. This is the problem.
Even winning, yeah.
Well, I mean,
well, at least it's extremely strong strategically.
Yeah, because, well, of course, this position is a disaster for Fabiano. This is just losing, actually. No, that's finished.
Yeah, that's finished. Yeah.
So you have to take, and now the difference is you've got no knight f5.
Yeah, no, knight g5 is a terrible weakening.
It's a dream, actually.
Wow, then if Hou Yifan finds knight g3...
Yeah, I think that's...
Then it's extremely difficult.
Pretty much over, actually. I mean, not over, because Fabiano is extremely resourceful, but... Again, somebody...
But how to keep on fighting, it's not obvious at all. Yeah?
Knight g3 is such a powerful move. I wonder if she'll find it. Very interesting. Fabiano looks very, very uncomfortable, which is natural.
Yeah, I guess when playing g5 he missed knight g3 because I think he wanted to get some counterplay and with little time, but it's, I think, quite typical that once you go g5 you see knight g3 immediately. So I think by his body language I have the feeling that he sees knight g3.
Oh, for sure, he saw knight g3.
Yeah.
He's praying that she doesn't play it.
Yeah, really dramatic moment. But actually Hou Yifan is extremely good in spotting such moves.
I think she's going to find this. I have a feeling that she's going to find this one. Very tough times.
Yeah, a lot of tension now.
Yeah, we can see them both on the screen, and we can see your countryman even behind.
Victor, yeah.
Victor Erdos. Fabiano's
He also looked concerned. Have you seen his face, Erdos? He also looked concerned. Maybe he also spotted knight g3, I don't know.
Yeah.
And now Vachier is coming, Maxim is coming to take a look. I don't know, maybe on the screen Maxim spotted this knight g3. He's very good in this.
Caruana has won 6 and drawn 6 against Hou Yifan, as I was saying, fantastic record. But today, maybe things are going to change.
Yeah, but sometimes such records are also tricky because you feel like you have done it already so many times, and you take maybe more risk than you should. Yeah, if you play against somebody where you don't have such a record, I don't think that all these c5s would be played. But okay, this is just a guess.
Yeah, I really didn't like his c5. I thought that I understand why he did it, but I don't like it. But this move is just a bone crusher.
Yeah. And what did the engine say? If not knight g3, then white has other good moves, because this is the question.
I don't know. I only saw very quickly glanced, but I imagine just going here. Let's say he goes bishop c1, h5. What if I just played like normally? Anyway, knight e3. This looks normal to me to try and gain some control over d4. Also looks...
Yeah, also possible.
Because here, I mean, this is just a strategical dream for white.
Yeah, but basically that's why I asked, because that's what Fabiano can hope for, that since knight g3 is not the only good looking move, every other move looks also not bad for white. That's why during the game you cannot ask engine that this is a critical moment.
Right.
So you might just think, okay, I will decide to go back to c1 or to h2 with the bishop, and I'm anyway satisfied. And this is how you can actually miss knight g3. If you are not comfortable with other moves, then
probably h2 is the worst of them, because now after h5 I don't.
You don't have knight e3.
Right.
Exactly.
And
okay, you have knight g3, but
knight g3, but somehow after takes
some g4.
Maybe h4, g4, some combination. I don't know.
But anyway, it looks quite suspicious. Yeah. Knight takes h4.
Yeah, but I am getting a rook to g7, no?
Yeah, but still, I'm very skeptical of this, because I can just go some bishop g3. I mean, covering this
maybe
also looks huge.
Maybe g4 immediately also.
Yeah, but then knight h4 was a huge problem. And I believe that this compensation will also...
You still think this is amazing, very good for white?
Yeah, very good. I mean, maybe just knight f5, and then if I activate my queen to the king side, then it...
Still looks bad. Everything looks bad.
Everything looks bad. But maybe this is the hope for Fabi.
Yeah, it's at least it's an open file, right? Like...
Yeah.
Very quickly in the Aronian-Maya game, we were actually in the position we discussed with e3. He did do this, but after knight b4, I find it very difficult to believe white has any pressure here because of this knight on d6 covering so many key points.
Yeah, no pressure at all. The only problem now that black is probably really satisfied. He got everything, but what next? Because rook takes c3, b takes c3 is not an option. I mean, this is the only strategical danger and what white is playing for. But maybe a move like rook c6.
Yeah, exactly. And with the idea of
rook fc8.
And even this, maybe we can even go bc.
Even bc is maybe interesting, yeah. I mean, now the two knights are so dominant.
Yeah, because...
Okay, white goes now queen... no, queen c3 is impossible. No, queen c3 is possible.
Queen c3 is possible.
It's possible, yeah. But I cannot go knight b3 next, so... And I also cannot go queen c5 next. So exactly. Yeah, you can just go rook c8 and you are threatening with the fork.
In here, obviously. So...
yeah, black solved all his problems.
Yeah, I think Jörg will find a very...
The only slight concern is his time management, because, okay...
He's always like that, though, Jörg, but he's an extremely good blitz player, so...
And he has the 30 seconds bonus, and if you have a solid position, those 30 seconds are extremely... important.
So after rook c6, if I go queen d1 immediately.
Okay, then rook f8.
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously just knight.
By the way, this knight a2 is
it's also
really interesting.
Yeah, it's in the air. No.
No, I mean white has nothing. In fact, I wonder if white has to be slightly careful, yeah, because the two knights are now clearly stronger than the knight and bishop. Okay, white should not run any risk here, but
rook c6.
But with white, you always feel like you should still continue fighting for something, yeah? And it's not clear if you still have the right to do that.
Arkady Knight is still thinking in this position. We will revisit this. It's just extremely difficult to analyze without.
Yeah, this is the position of the day. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, one of the. It's just beautiful. Knight H down to 30 minutes. Magnus has made a move. Bluebum made a move, but Bluebum only has 6.5 minutes, Peter. It's not enough time for 20 moves in such a rich position.
Yes, such a rich position. But it shows also the immense pressure facing Magnus. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Matthias against any other player would have at the same position in the same game still 40 minutes on his clock. But just this pressure of facing Magnus Carlsen. And Magnus has done incredible job. I mean, starting from the first move, this d4, d6,
yes,
unbalancing Matthias, and it seems that
I don't even know a move here for white because now.
Okay, g3, but now e5, yeah. Yeah, g3. Then it might run into e5, winning a pawn.
So already after this, is it possible that e5 is? Do you have to go b4 here?
Yeah, but that's why Matthias is done on time, because I think he just realized to his horror that he cannot play even.
And now he.
No, then knight e5 wins.
Oh, my c4 pawn, yeah. This is why the queen on f1 was such a good.
Yeah, queen on f1 felt like the right.
Now it.
Yeah, queen a8.
If he has to do some weird stuff like this.
Yeah, no, this is.
But this move does have merits.
Yeah, but it's certainly a move you don't even consider unless you don't see any other move at all.
Well, I don't see another move here. Do you see another move?
Okay, I'm trying to understand if this e5 is really such a killer or I have some chances there, but. Yeah, this bishop on f3, yeah, it backfired.
Bishop on
right
f3
from the
backfired. I said to you from the beginning,
yeah, no,
it's difficult to play these positions with the bishop on f3.
Yeah. No, I mean, somehow it was clear that if black gets this e6, a6 setup, he will be extremely comfortable. White had to release the tension with knight d5, but it was also not in the spirit of the position.
Carlsen looks very relaxed. And
no, of course, he got what he was dreaming of. Yeah, because hoping it's not enough. It's really dreaming of.
Yeah, Blue-Blaum now 4 minutes 22.
And without a clear move.
I think he has to go bishop a3. I know it's disgusting, but.
And then after e5 you want to take bishop.
And then
I
want to take, so bishop.
Yeah, because after e5 actually bishop a3 is quite a good move.
Yeah,
because in this structure it's already legitimate to give up the bishop. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
So after bishop a3, e5 will never be played.
No, I don't think he can play e5. You know, Magnus he'd just play a move like h5.
It's possible.
Why not?
I mean, okay, because. But I mean, this bishop a3 is.
It's such a difficult move to play, though. Bishop a3. And if Magnus wins this without even trying hard, the rest of the tournament should be very, very wary, and I wouldn't be very confident if Magnus wins in 22 moves with black in the first game. I would be quite annoyed actually if I were the other guys, because Matthias has put no pressure on Magnus at all. He's just
at the beginning, but at the very beginning.
Yeah, at the
but
very
then it
beginning.
Slipped. Yeah,
it really slipped. 3 minutes now for Matthias. 20 21 moves to be played, and yes, he's going to get 30 seconds bonus per move, but he has to move quickly. The problem he's got is he doesn't really have many moves. I think
he doesn't have a move.
Basically, bishop a3 feels like the only move to me because you're threatening e5.
Yeah.
So and if b4 knight cd7 is just so disgusting, we can't even talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be normal if you could play now bishop e2, bishop f1, but you just cannot. Yeah, e4 is hanging.
Queen e2 back. I mean, queen c2, queen e2.
I mean, that would not be the problem. The problem is that he's losing a pawn. Or no,
no,
he's
now,
not losing
now
a pawn.
he's not.
No, he's not losing a pawn.
So the question is d5. So the question now is d5. So if I take,
and queen f1.
And queen f1.
But then rook takes e1.
Rook e1, rook
you
e1.
have to answer a very unpleasant question. Now d takes c4.
d4. Let's take here first.
Okay, queen takes. And queen takes
c4. It looks so disgusting, this for, but...
Okay, if you are not losing it immediately, then it might not be so bad, but it feels very unpleasant anyway. Even that final position after queen takes e4.
I don't know. So d5 takes queen f1. So yeah, this looks correct.
Now you have some knight fe4, but it doesn't look that good. Knight d5, okay, takes, knight d2.
Knight d2 here.
No, I mean bishop d5
Knight,
cd.
Bishop d5 cd.
cd, knight d2, but okay, it makes no sense because after queen e2, knight f3, white is happy that he
even this move.
No, then knight d3 fork at the end. But
oh,
this you have to watch out. But you can take queen f3.
Yes.
Only.
Queen f3, but yeah.
You are pinned, but it don't seem that.
Also, it's black has to be
careful. Yeah, exactly. With all this rook e8.
Rook
Yeah.
E8
No. I mean, knight fe4 is not a move, but d takes c4 is the natural move.
But the good news for Bluebaum is that all of these moves are forcing moves. So I have a feeling Magnus isn't going to play d5. I think he's going to wait because he could have played d5 before. I think.
But now he gets a better version than the previous one.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if this is the best he can get.
Yeah, but this he will definitely calculate a lot because here it feels like black might have some very strong move because the knight from d4 is not moving because of knight d3. So if I would be able to threaten with b5, then it would be very close to winning. I mean, this is kind of, but how to threaten? I mean, bishop f8, but it's already too much to remove this beautiful bishop. But actually, it's interesting. After bishop f8, what is your move? I understand it's a paradox. I don't want to do this, but... You might just go a4.
What about this move?
Knight a4. Knight ce4.
Knight ce4.
But then already some queen c6. Yeah, no, you are out of trouble. No, I mean bishop f8 is clearly too much. Bishop f8 is not. I mean rook c8 was a move I considered, but then the d4 knight is not hanging.
Exactly.
So I don't want to do this. It feels bad, but maybe it's there is nothing immediate. Then the question appears. Yeah, if should black really force things or just continue?
I think Magnus will look at this position
and if he doesn't find anything convincing, then he might not go for it.
Exactly.
But on the other hand, if he's not doing d5, then nothing really changed.
Yeah, but just play a move.
Yeah, then okay, g3.
G3, but now this guy is...
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm all not happy what's happening.
But so can I take advantage of that?
That's the question, if you can or not.
But now So if I go here now, takes, queen f1.
Yeah, this h5 g3 helps you now. No. So take g3 back. But can I put my queen away or not? Because if queen f1, then e5 is a...
Knight c2, take. Yeah, I win a pawn.
You can take the pawn, yeah. So maybe white is in a zugzwang. I mean that.
No, I think yeah, or some
because
kind
then h5 is extremely good, yeah. All those rook e8 checks once the position opens up.
h5 feels very natural here to me as well. You restrict this bishop more. In some positions, you even go h4 to rule out any. So probably h4 here. Actually.
But now all these d5 positions, I get knight g4 at the end.
Yeah, also, yeah.
And it might be the end of the game, yeah.
Actually, because it's just, actually, that's
yeah, I mean, then I touch the knight on d4. Let's just show this.
Okay, so here...
I mean, such small details can maybe have a devastating effect, yeah. Takes, and after queen c4, black has knight g4.
This is finished.
This is finished.
This is finished. Knight d3 is coming. Mate on the back. There's all kinds of beautiful ideas here.
Yes, so basically after h5.
Good move h5, I feel. Yeah, I have a feeling it's a good move. I have just an instinctive feeling. I think he's going to do this.
Yeah, and imagine you have 3 minutes and suddenly you face a move like h5 and you have to compare all those calculations that you have done in d5. That what has changed, it's a nightmare. I mean, these are things that you worry the most in time travel, yeah?
Absolutely. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. There's no moves yet in Hou Yifan and Fabiano Caruana, but there has been progress in the vachier-lagrave Knight game. After probably half an hour?
Yeah, or even more
than that. Knight did play bishop takes e6. Knight takes e6, f takes e6, and now we were looking at the move rook g6, knight c7, and now either bishop f4 or bishop g5 with...
But we are not sure finally if we should hurry with this bishop. The bishop h3 appeared also as an idea.
Bishop h3.
Bishop h3 appeared as an idea. Now, for example, if rook takes h4, then already some tactics should work, I guess. Bishop g5.
Yeah, I never
bishop g5.
I never believed this move for h4.
Yeah, no, h4 is just to mention it, but...
So...
But rook g6 feels right, because otherwise you might go queen f6 and you get stability. I mean, rook g6
feels right.
Is very tempting, and also if you go knight c7, your rook is locked out. Can you consider some exchange sacrifice with rook e7 for the dark square bishop? Just to exchange the dark square's bishop for this rook on a7, which is doing
something like this?
Yeah, something like this, yeah. Because the dark squares are very important here.
Very interesting.
I would be happy to give up this exchange, but
takes,
get some stability.
Takes. And then if here you just want to play here or knight d8 or something, right?
Well, it's not exactly what I hoped for. I was thinking, can I take with the knight on e7 just to kick this rook out of g6? But then you get access to the e5.
But you know, I might just do that.
Yes, this I know that you might do, but then I take and rook h6 and I have stability.
Rook h6.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, because I didn't see that. Otherwise I'm...
Yeah, otherwise you just collect everything.
Yeah.
And you go long castle as well.
But even this...
Even this maybe is just long terms very bad. I don't know. Yeah, once you go long castle, then how on earth am I
mean,
getting
this
out?
looks disgusting, right?
Yeah, but okay, at least it's a pawn and it's my move. I can put my king to save some kind of safety. King
you
f7.
go here, king here.
I mean, that direction or to g8, I don't know exactly which one I would prefer, but yeah, queen d6 and long castle, queen f4 check and queen e4 idea.
Ah, that's beautiful. So queen f4
So you are not
check.
in time to, I mean, you don't have a move that you would love to make, yeah.
Wow. In the meantime,
she did play knight g3.
She found it after some thought, which is terrible news for Fabiano, because I think after here, takes,
Yeah, this position is
It's just
very
disgusting.
ugly. Yeah, just very ugly.
Maybe he's just going to go for it. I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, now he will think for some time. In the meantime, Magnus had played h5. Wow, you are in great shape.
I should have played the tournament.
Exactly.
What am I doing here?
That's what I wanted to suggest.
They convinced me at the last minute. I want my money back.
But look at Matthias immediately answered bishop a1, a very good move also, because he calculated all those lines and he understood that the bishop was hanging on b2. So, and it was played immediately because he is now 312 on the clock. So, okay, well done, Matthias. He's fighting.
We have 4 very interesting positions, actually. Only perhaps Levon, Aronian, Maya's very, very difficult to make anything. Okay, king g2.
Yeah, there is just nothing in the position. I don't know if maybe Levon is playing for the clock. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the only thing that Georg slightly disbalances him, that he has only 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Because he knows that he has 0 problems, but it's not so easy to play the position extremely fast. Yeah, you still have to make decisions. I slightly don't understand this rook b8, rook dc8. Can you go back to move 19? He played rook ac8 at the beginning. Yeah, that's the so-called natural move. But rook fc8 would have been much more natural at this moment. Yeah.
Yes.
Move 19, he could have played rook fc8. Instead of this, he started to basically do nothing with rook ac8 and then rook b8 back. And white slowly improves his position. Yeah. And he has lost time, and somehow so it doesn't really show much confidence. Yeah, when you see that your opponent is just shuffling his rooks like they're back and forth, this might give Levon some confidence that maybe he's still the hunter in this position, or at least Georg is not 100% sure what to do.
That's very possible.
It's kind of shocking, yeah, that just this c3 square, that the white pawn is on b2 and white was able to place his rook on c3, still poses black some concern. It's not that this is the end of the world, it's just nothing, but otherwise he would be able to just make a move right out of his hands, but like this...
Maybe he should just play a move like queen e7 here.
I think he played a move queen d8.
Oh, queen d8.
Okay, it's the same idea.
Same
idea. Also, just to keep an eye on the h4 pawn, yeah?
Exactly, that's the idea, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I don't really believe that white wants to go g4, but okay, just...
Just in case, no? No, of course he doesn't want to go g4,
yes. But okay, yeah, the queen on d8. I wonder that why he doesn't like rook c6.
Yeah, that looked natural, right?
Yeah, that looked natural.
Okay, well we'll see what happens there. Magnus still to play.
Yeah, Fabiano.
Fabi needs a move here, but the position is just too disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, he has now 17 minutes, but basically in such positions, people say that even if you have 1 week time to think, you cannot come up with any good idea. Yeah? That's the problem of such position. Yeah, now the f5 square is so weak. I really feel sorry for him, because I just know that you can have bad positions, but you feel that there is some life, and okay, you feel that you have some chance, but here you just feel like, okay, a few more moves, white will improve the position and it will be over. So you might just commit suicide. I mean, with some move that you normally would never even consider. But
it's even what is the move? I mean, what candidate moves are there?
Okay, maybe queen f8. I don't know. I mean,
queen f8.
I don't know if. I mean, this also looks terrible. For example, if you move queen d2, then b4 bishop d6 is also a threat. Yeah.
This is just disgusting.
No, there is just nowhere to place the pieces. I mean, there are no good squares. Just weaknesses everywhere. In the center, on the king side.
I think he's just gonna go all in with G4 because.
But it's not all in. It's just.
What is it? It's bluff. A bluff all in. An all in.
Unfortunately, it doesn't give you any chances.
All in bluff.
I mean, if you go G4 and you think that it's all in, and your opponent looks at you and smiles, that's all you got. Yeah, I mean, kind of.
So you'd be happy to see G4, right?
Yeah, G4. I mean, it would give me a very pleasant choice between taking, and I'm very happy, but also knight H4, feeling like I should just crush after knight H4, G takes H3, knight F5, and game should end soon. I mean, that would be the feeling. You are forced to take everything, because knight H6 is a threat, and then my queen joins the attack, and all your light squares, and I mean, it's over. So. That's my calling G4 all in.
I don't know what,
yeah, what to call it. Yeah,
what
it's
to
suicide.
What to do?
I don't know.
What, A5. Holy.
Okay,
cow.
it's stopping B4 at least.
At least it has some function,
Yeah.
but it feels a bit slow.
Well, I mean, okay, but
now if I were white, I would
yeah.
I would just move.
No, if you move, then I get the F5 square. So that's then I might be able to use it.
No, that's too much. Queen B1. Okay, let's think. Can we go A4? I mean, I don't want to do it because
no. But maybe you can go H4, no? I mean, just to
H4.
Just to ask some question. You're gonna go H6? You're gonna really go H6?
I can't do H6.
But you also don't want to go G4 and you don't want to take, so.
Because if G4, then we would just be going knight D2.
I mean, okay, then this.
Or knight H2. Or, no, this one probably. Here.
Yeah, but yeah, this is also not ideal. Yeah, I would. Now maybe you go A4, yeah, just to lock the knight down on D2.
I quite like A5.
Yeah, A5 is a super move actually. I mean, the position is bad, but this is what I said, that those elite super guys, they come up with incredible resources in very bad positions. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if some other guy would just lose this position in 3-4 moves. And Fabi is fighting. He comes up with A5.
So if I go here and you want to go here,
I want to go knight F5. Yeah.
But just like just humor me for a second.
I know. Hang on. You had here rook E8, maybe winning on the spot, because then queen D5 double attack. So maybe I cannot go knight F5.
Rook E8. Yeah. This is
queen D5 and it's game over. Yeah.
That's
basically. So then you can go queen D2 and next you can even go knight D4. Also H4, G4, knight D4. You have now all kinds of possibilities. So this is really bad news for Fabi if he cannot use this F5 square now. Then how to proceed? Can he go bishop? No, but bishop F5 loses to rook takes E7. Yeah. Bishop F5 he cannot. Just winning a material. Yeah, queen D2 very natural and very strong. If there is no knight F5, then it's then what?
Let's move.
Yeah, but it looks very bad. I mean, now already H4 is a whole different story. I mean, H4, G4, knight D4, and then H5 is coming. With the total domination.
She played it.
Yeah,
it's. I have a feeling it's going to be a bad day for Fabi today. Unfortunately.
Yeah, this position.
No, it's just too disgusting for words. This position. It's just pieces everywhere. No.
I mean, A5 was a good try. I think probably the best move. But yeah, that now queen D2 works.
Yeah, huge time advantage. Fabiano only has.
Maybe
15.
queen B6 now. Can Black play queen B6?
Queen B6.
Because
what's
knight
the
G5
idea?
is probably not winning yet. Well, I mean, I just want to.
So if I go here.
Knight D4. Okay, then I take bishop D4.
Well, hold on. I might take.
You
on
take
E7.
rook E7.
I might take
yeah,
on
no,
E7.
and you
yeah.
just win. You just won the game probably. No, so I cannot cannot take on d4, but then you can go knight d4.
Also, this is in the...
Then it's a disaster, yeah.
It's too disgusting.
No, then I cannot go queen b6, but then I don't have a move.
Maybe you have to go... I mean, you can't go passive here, right?
No, this is...
Okay, it's too depressing to look at that position.
Yeah,
Magnus has gone d5.
No, he went knight cd7 back
Knight
first.
cd7 first.
And g3, d5.
G3 and now d5.
And Matthias is down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds for Matthias Bluebaum.
And he has to calculate now all these things. This is nightmare.
So if I take queen f1, that's what I would
but
play.
knight e5 is always crushing. I mean, at the end, in all these rook e1, d takes c4 positions. After you have weakened.
Here, knight e5 and rook takes...
No, knight e5 doesn't work yet.
Sorry.
No, knight e5 doesn't work yet. But in some of the positions, so I don't think you can take ed.
Bluebaum played bishop g2.
Yeah, I mean, he has to remove the bishop first.
Keeping some files closed as well. But looks...
Okay, this looks just very good for black. Just DC is fine, yeah. I mean, it's just probably clear advantage.
Here?
Or even b5.
Yeah.
No,
it's gone.
Huge.
It's gone. Knight cd7. So this position here, Matthias had to...
I mean, he was dealing with the knight e5 stat, so g3 is kind of only move.
Yeah.
In a higher sense, but d5, bishop g2, e5 played.
Wow. Now if I were Matthias, I would...
But e5 played? This is...
e5 feels...
I mean, if it's not winning, then that's what white can hope for, yeah? I mean, if...
Why did he do that so quickly? Knight c2?
Maybe there is some forced line, yeah?
d4?
No, d4, knight d5,
d5.
then I'm super solid.
What is he doing? dc probably he wants.
No, dc, yeah, but then again, then you should have done dc without e5,
What's e5?
I don't know, probably taking on e4, yeah? I mean, I can only imagine on taking on e4 and some knight c5, knight e4, knight d3s or something. I mean...
What? Feels like... doesn't feel right at all.
But how you are playing?
I don't know this.
b4, wow, super move if you can do this. And knight e3, then you can take even knight e3
I play knight e3.
fe3.
Even fe3,
But okay, knight e3 of
knight
course.
e3, yeah.
Aha, you have b4.
Chess is all about squares, right, Peter? I don't know, maybe it doesn't work. Let's have a think.
Yeah, anyway, h4, but okay, e5, knight c2 played.
Knight c2 is on the board.
Yes, so Matthias is now 112, and I don't understand. Yeah, why did Magnus play so quickly?
So quickly he played e5. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but...
No, probably there is something, but because otherwise, practically speaking, the d takes c4 position looked just... hang on, can we just move back? So if d takes c4, but he has no other move than queen takes c4, because that's what I wanted to say, that if you have to play queen takes c4, then it's practically with 1 minute or 30 seconds for 60 moves, this position is practically just almost gone. Because it's so difficult to play with white, every of your move. But after e5, knight c2, the position becomes very direct. Suddenly you know what to do.
Maybe I can even take here.
Yeah, this I wanted to see. Knight takes e4, bishop e4, queen e4, queen e4, rook e4, knight c5. I mean, I thought that this is what Magnus had in mind. Rook d8, rook d8, okay, rook e1, rook d2. I mean, here rook d2. I mean, I thought that this is his calculation. But
okay, but maybe you don't have to take on...
No, but this is all forced. But you showed me with your b4. I don't know.
Why can't I do this?
Then I go knight d3.
Okay, and I go...
I mean, of course, you can do it, but it looks just fantastic for black. I mean, I have knight f4.
I just continue.
I just continue. You give the pawn.
I give the pawn and I come into d6.
Okay, I always have rook e6 at the end. I mean,
Yeah,
knight
but then-
h3, knight g5.
Yeah, but this is... no,
mean,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
takes things.
No, but I don't believe this, Peter. Because here...
No, you have a game. You certainly have a game.
Also, I have...
You have some knight before
Exactly,
jumps.
so like even this position...
No, this is not good for you. But
Yeah.
okay, I'm not forced to.
No,
I
you
can
don't have to go
knight
a5.
c5. I can
Yeah,
go
of
knight
course.
c5,
Of
and
course.
and I had also some other choices,
But somehow, like I'm playing very quickly here, but this doesn't feel...
yeah, no, I mean it gives you some chances.
Yeah.
But this b4 was a shocker. I don't know how you came up with it so quickly. I mean instantly.
Squares.
Squares, yeah, squares.
We're not using engines, ladies and gentlemen. So what was it here? Bishop e... Ah, so
Yeah, you just after d takes e4.
This
which
is on the
happened
board.
in the game. And knight e4 happened.
He played knight e4. I think I would play b4 here. Just to...
I mean that's a shocker. I really have to say that that's a shocker.
It might be a terrible move, that's the problem. But it feels like...
I'm not sure if it's a terrible move because already all these knight takes e4 exchanges, I mean, once you see it, then it makes sense. Even some knight e3 next, you are even not forced to recapture the pawn.
Right, I might just play around the pawn, right?
Yeah. Okay, some knight f8, knight e6 you have to watch out
Of course,
for.
that's
yeah,
what I was...
Clearly,
but even here, like, this one... This feels okay for white to me.
but okay, let's go to the game.
Okay, so we're going down this line. Okay, so the good news is for Matthias is he gains a lot of time on the clock. And so...
Okay, I'm pretty sure that black has a lovely endgame, probably with pressure, but really, I mean, if white
surely not the best.
Yeah, if white is able to consolidate, then with the d5 square, all the chances to...
Yeah.
To get away with it. Because at a certain moment on move 18 or move 20, it really looked like a
He played knight
disaster
c5. I'm pretty sure Matthias will have a little think here, but I think he will just
rook
come
e1
back.
is the only move,
Yeah.
rook e1 is clearly
And
the
if
only
this looks like the only move.
But you also have rook f1, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
rook
necessary,
F1,
because you
yeah,
already
true.
have knight e3, knight d5 coming.
Of course you do, yeah.
I mean, it's, okay, black has a lovely position, b5, e4, but when you consider from black that you would like to win already, or you are searching for a win, then this is maybe just slight advantage. I mean, certainly there is some pressure here, but it's not the...
Very unusual of Magnus to go into a variation which gives white just only moves. White didn't really have to think after e5.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I have the feeling that he played e5 too quickly and he missed something.
Yes.
He missed something because then he already hesitated. After knight c2 he was spending 3-4 minutes at least. Maybe we should go back now to the Maxim game.
Yeah, let's go here. So
because this
is really exciting. So
finally it happened like we discussed at the beginning,
and
queen h2.
Queen
yeah.
h2.
Yeah, the high class move queen h2.
Takes. So white is 2 pawns down at the moment, but has got beautiful squares. These knights are passive.
And the rook on a7 is out of the game now. This is...
Okay, so now what to do with black here? How to proceed?
And g7 is still kind of hanging.
I probably would play this move.
Okay, then probably long castles.
Long castle?
I don't know, long castle or king d2? This is a good question, just because black's only play will be some a5 b4, and then just the feeling that where you want to have the king, yeah?
But if you go here, I am tempted by this.
But okay, I go rook e1 then.
Yeah, and I go here.
Okay, king d1. Then I say thank you.
And I've just put my knight on the stupid square, right?
Yeah, now I'm coming bishop h3,
Yeah.
bishop takes
This
f5
is
and
really
it's over,
bad.
yeah.
So king d2?
Probably it's not even that important, king d2 or long castle, but it's just a small finesse. You really need a knight on e4, yeah, with black.
Really,
Otherwise,
that would be so nice.
yeah, how to, I mean, some knight d8, knight
Some
f7.
b4 desperado.
Yeah, but even after a, b, knight b5, I'm not forced to take. I mean, it's... And probably I can simply take.
No, but my idea after b4 is takes knight b5
Knight
with the
b5.
idea of coming here.
Wow. But then knight g5 now?
Knight g5, knight d8.
D8. Okay, now something...
Something feels
yeah,
rookie
this,
one simply.
Yeah, this,
No, it can't be
this
right.
cannot...
It cannot work, surely.
It just cannot...
Surely, yeah. So
what to do? I mean, feeling-wise, it looks extremely bad for black. Black somehow needs queen to d6, somehow to challenge this queen from f4, but how on earth can black get this? King f8, yeah? Okay, at least you protect the... You protect g7.
no, but I lose.
Okay, knight g5. Then queen e... no, queen... Rook h6, bravo, yeah? Trap my rook.
Trap your rook, force the exchange, and win the ending. Like
wow.
a true Russian school of chess graduate.
But I can still go h5. It's still not over yet, but knight e7, yeah? You keep on...
Knight e7.
You keep on trapping my rook or not?
I can also take, no?
Okay, but then suddenly you are not trapping my rook anymore. So I thought that I can use this tempo for something, but... Okay, it makes... I mean, long castle I wanted.
Long castle.
Then knight takes e6, then I'm happy.
And then knight takes e6 and you're happy. Yes. Yes, okay. But you're right, knight e7.
I mean, knight e7, following your plan, your vision. Yeah? Okay, now I'm forced to take on h6. And then, okay, takes and come back to f3, and I'm still kind of... But then you go knight g8.
What do you want to do?
I mean, rook h6, g8, I'm just coming back with the knight, but you have knight g8.
Oh no, but this
Super
is a dream.
protection.
This is a dream.
This is a dream. You changed your bad
This
rook.
is a dream. There's no attack.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
No, so king f8, hang on, king f8 is...
Maybe it's a good move.
Super smart move, yeah? Just a super smart move, because knight e8 is hanging in the air. So king f8, I should also make a king move probably. I don't know, to f2, to d2 or long castle. Yeah, this is... Yeah, knight e7, then knight e8, and that's why I was not sure where to put my king. Yeah, not that you will jump for e4 with a check.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so probably here, but knight e7. The rook would have to remove itself to here or something, and then
I don't know. Those rook takes g7s never work. Yeah, hang on. Now
that's a good point.
yeah, now just to check it, because now it's
it might work.
takes and queen e5 check. Oh, I had to go.
Wow. Here probably.
But then bishop takes c4.
Okay, and defend like we've never defended before.
Rook g1.
And defend. Hold.
Keep on defending. Yeah,
Hold.
queen e8 just. Yeah, maybe just simply queen e8. Queen f6. Continues. No.
Just hold the door.
Rook h6, knight e5. King h7.
Yes.
Knight f7, I don't know. I mean, what's going on? It's just insane. But it feels like you should be...
Should lose, yeah.
No, but now maybe you are okay already. That's what I wanted to say. I mean, I'm not settling anything right now. That's my problem. You might just take dc.
Ah, just DC.
Yeah, not just dc. But I mean, okay, this looks extremely suspicious. I don't know.
And look at the Carlsen game. This is amazing. Knight c5, rook e1. He played knight e3, rook e3.
Rook e3.
Also very good. Probably e4. Well, another exchange is welcome. And knight e1, no problems.
Okay, no problems. I'm not 100% sure. It still looks
No, because
unpleasant.
if you go knight c5, I take b4.
And b4, yeah. But then knight d3 back.
Rook e4.
Then knight takes b4.
Okay,
but this can be unpleasant, no?
Yes.
With the knight on e1.
Maybe. a3, knight c6.
I mean, there are still, knight c5 played.
Okay, so knight c5.
Yeah, so takes.
Takes.
I mean, b4 is probably obligatory, because otherwise f5 is coming and
also
with
a5.
cement. Yeah, e5 and f5, so practically b4 is kind of forced.
He's also got 1 minute, so b4. Knight d3. Also, I can just
A3, but then F5.
f5.
And again I managed to cement.
f5. Yeah.
Yeah, this is...
No,
you should
let's
take on E4, Knight
take.
B4 and A3 probably. Yeah?
Not sure.
Not sure?
What about this move?
No, this will not work. I mean, BC. I mean, I'm more active and I have a pawn, yeah? It cannot be.
I asked the question though.
Yeah. But okay, I can go Knight D3 and we pawn up in the rook endgame.
Okay, but maybe not, yeah?
No, it should be winning. How you gonna take back the pawn? You cannot take back the pawn.
Would you put the rook on c6 or what? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean rook c4, then I just protect.
This is so easy.
Yeah, somehow this rook e3, I don't like rook e3.
He played it.
He played it, but no, I mean move 30,
rook e3. You
because
don't.
he missed his chance of knight e3, knight d5, yeah? I mean the d5 square was... But how can one blame? I mean, Matthias has 1 minute.
So what about just going here, like a normal human being?
Okay, knight c6 and the torture is ahead.
The torture begins.
Torture begins, yeah, because somehow d file is so much more important than the e, yeah?
Okay, so let's go knight c2 here.
c2. Okay, I have all this rook d3s, rook d2s, rook d1, rook c1s, I don't know.
I am going here, yeah?
Yeah, you are going here. Yeah, rook d3 knight before, yeah. No, then it's... Then maybe after a3, can I go knight a2 or it's too fancy?
It's beautiful. Looks very fancy. Now I go here.
Now you go there, yeah?
It's also too fancy, but I need to try.
Yeah, no, maybe I will not take.
Ah, okay.
No, now I go b5.
Yes.
But this is too fancy, yeah. Rook e2, rook c2, and question who is playing for what. Okay, knight c1. I still have knight c1
you still
actually,
have knight c1,
but okay, knight
but actually we have this
further.
position, and now I like knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2 is good, yeah. Because if knight before is coming, then suddenly the clock will not matter at all.
Also, I am coming in this way also to d5 and.
Okay, knight before is enough. If you can.
Knight before is.
With 1 minute, with 30 seconds on the clock.
Magnus looks fed up. And it's not just his new glasses that's making him look like this. He just looks fed up because he's thinking, what happened to my beautiful pressure, my beautiful position?
And knight move 37, so just 3 more moves and the time.
He played knight c2, of course, Matthias. Yeah. And maybe a slight bit of rustiness here for Magnus. Maybe he's slightly rusty. 3 months off, you could claim that. You know, maybe he's just not in full game mode.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, it looked just way too good for him, yeah? I mean, 1 minute for the opponent, move 20 and very hard to play.
To only have this is really, I think, a failure.
And then suddenly this e5. So this e5 was...
No, this looks...
too hasty.
This looks survivable now for Matthias. This
yeah,
is
in
a
fact,
dream.
It's not clear how can Black put any pressure. Yeah, that's the because if Black can put pressure, then it's clear that Magnus will still. Can he try to go some knight a5, knight before rook c8? I mean, but looks very little.
But I also always have this move.
But this I take. I mean, you
rook
and now rook a4. But I'm not sure. Now the knight on c2.
Okay, it comes here.
Okay, it comes there, but. And I think when you have 30 seconds on the clock, you want something more simple. Yeah?
I thought this is simple.
This is simple, yeah?
I don't know.
Okay, probably, yeah.
I don't know.
But I can also, if I want to be super smart, I can start with rook c8, the same idea. And you will go knight b4, I mean instead of knight a5.
Oh, you want to go rook c8 here?
Yeah. And then knight before knight a5.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I can do it like this.
And the idea, you take with the knight here, right?
Well,
what do you want to do?
Well, I'm a little bit happy that your knight on a6 is out of game. So
if I go here?
Even maybe rook takes c4 is possible.
No.
Well, then takes. I'm winning a pawn
you win a
immediately.
pawn?
So you have to little watch out.
That I do. That
And next, rook a4, knight c4. Suddenly,
Actually,
I have
that's
extremely nice coordination
so
in this
here.
sense.
Here. Aha.
But my problem is that after rook c8, you can actually just go knight e3, and I'm not threatening anything.
Right.
And then next g4 and king g2, and you just improve your king side. Yeah.
Yeah, this shouldn't be
completely
anything
yeah.
for black.
So that's why I wanted to start with knight a5, and then you showed me again with c5. Yeah. Just because I was looking forward to that idea with rook c8. And if you go here knight e3, then I have this knight b3, knight c5, or some ideas like this immediately.
But maybe you have this.
Rook c8, yeah. I spotted this as well.
Maybe. You have this.
Rook d1 check.
What did he do?
He
Gave a check. Okay, king will come to g2. He's also got rook e1. No, he won't go rook e1.
No.
He'll go king g2.
Yeah, and then rook c1. Yeah, this was the other
And
idea.
if knight b4, knight a5, the same idea or what?
Yeah, similar idea. But again, knight e3. And I think when we discussed it, knight e3 bothered me. Then knight d5.
Ah.
Okay, it's still playable for white because then suddenly the knight on c6 is so perfectly played, and this a pawn is still.
I think this is what.
Some kind of
a5.
a5. Oh.
38 seconds for blue bum.
Still putting pressure, yeah. I mean, not allowing knight before. Activated the rook.
So 25 seconds for blue baum.
Yeah, really unpleasant because now he has to make a choice, and very unpleasant choice.
I wouldn't play that.
And in fact, no,
you can't go c5.
Yeah, you can't play c5.
Knight e3 played.
Then rook a1.
Rook a1 will be played.
Then knight d5.
d5, he's going to go into this basically.
He has to go for it.
He has to go into this. And this is
this is very unpleasant.
This is unpleasant, but
then okay, maybe Magnus saw the whole thing. I mean, okay.
No, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how unpleasant it is. It's unpleasant.
Well, I mean, practically speaking, I mean, okay, rook a3, knight b6, and some rook b3, and
okay, but
you go c5.
Now I'm going to go here. Whenever I can go c5, I will. Also. Yeah, obviously only black can play for a win, and it still wouldn't surprise me if Magnus won this position, but...
Yeah, still some pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
Still some pressure. And look at this, Arkady in the meantime ran away with his king to c8.
Arkady ran away, so here he actually played not king f8 but king d7, allowing taking with check, and decided, well, my king is better on c8. Castle's queen
and
f6.
he is pawn up.
And a pawn up.
And he's pawn up.
But
I mean, for the unpleasant position, he's a pawn up.
Unclear.
Very unclear, because how to judge this position? It's clear that white has beautiful compensation, but is it enough to claim an advantage, or it's just beautiful?
Again, black would love a knight on e4, but it's a long way.
For the moment. And also some queen h6, so maybe you will have to play rook g5.
I'm obsessed by this idea. Because now I actually want to go here.
You actually have this, but some queen d6?
Queen d6 here?
Disturb you.
Wow, I'm so close.
Rook a6? No, then I just take your knight.
I know.
No, then rook g8 mate.
Oh,
don't forget that your king is.
I wanted some brilliancy, but it doesn't work. I'm just thinking out loud.
But strangely enough, after queen d6, you still had rook a6.
Queen d6, rook a6.
Shocking that these two knights are doing such a good job. And knight b5 is next.
Yeah, like I want to mate you. Both of these players have got a lot of 13 minutes and 15. That would be really interesting. Let's go to another game. So basically, blue bum has reached the time control. So we're at move 40. So this is a position. Knight d5, rook takes a3. pretty certain Bluebaum is going to just take on b6 here. Doesn't seem to be another. Hold on. No, surely. No. Just take a pawn. No need to think. Okay, so we will come back to this. Bluebaum still under pressure, but certainly some chances.
He survived the time control.
Let's go back to Fabiano. Now, this position hasn't got less disgusting for Fabiano. He's now got 4 isolated pawns versus 2 pawn islands.
And 3 minutes on the clock.
And 3 minutes for 12 moves. So let's see actually what happened. This was the star move, knight g3 on move 21.
Yeah, it was spectacular.
Takes, a5, queen d2, good move, a4. Now she went b4. I'm not sure how necessary that was, but okay. Knight g6 and h4, your move, Peter. And there was a mass exchange and queen f8.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very bad.
So, but the question is, you know, Fabiano, he's sticky. He's not like
Yeah, but I feel like if White managed to ask just one more question, then it's over. So the question is how to ask that question. I mean,
what is the question?
Maybe bishop c2, b4, bishop b3. I mean, what I feel if I just do one more
this
thing,
one, yeah?
or bishop b1. Yeah, I mean, just one more thing and...
That's nasty. Bishop b1. That might be the end, actually.
Yeah. Okay, your only chance is some d4, yeah? Because maybe with queen f8, he in fact is looking for this d4, bishop b4 idea. I mean, just try to get rid of this pawn. I mean, the position is so bad that it does not solve anything, but
d4.
that's the only way, yeah.
Uh-huh. Actually, that seems to... Does that save?
No, it's not safe at all. I mean, it's very bad, but...
But what now?
For whom?
This is a problem with bishop b1, is that I still have this in this position.
Yes.
So
yes.
can I not...
No, you can
Well, I start with b4.
Yeah,
Well, start with b4.
b4, bishop where? It's already a huge question.
Bishop here, bishop here. Yes, it's just disgusting.
Yeah, this is... Now suddenly rook c4, maybe. Maybe suddenly rook c4 and shifting to bishop g3, rook g4.
To hustling mode.
Well, I mean, some...
Yeah, it's not bad. Wow.
Well, I mean,
incredible.
It shows that, yeah, I mean, White is, I think, very close to winning, but every move allows something, so you need precise calculation.
She has got 27 minutes.
Yeah,
so...
it's enough. Yeah, this is fair enough, and now it's better to just invest like 10 minutes and make sure that you find the precise way, and then it should be very bad for Black.
What is the precise way? I'm curious. What about just this move?
Which move? I mean, queen f4?
Yeah, bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6, queen d4.
Bishop c5.
Then queen d5.
Bishop c6. Yeah, I suppose this is too
Yeah,
much.
But then queen h5.
Yeah.
Now
yeah.
coming there.
Maybe just this, no?
Yeah, queen f4 looks natural.
Bring the queen.
Yeah, bring the queen.
Bishop d6, queen here, and if here...
Then I thought even rook e5.
This looks devastating.
I mean,
she played it.
Yeah, the word
she played
even rook e5 is maybe not correct.
Not even
maybe rook e5.
Yeah. Just, look at this position, right? It's just disgusting. Fabi knows.
Yes,
Fabi knows.
Minutes.
He's got 3.5 minutes. He knows.
I mean, maybe queen d6, but then queen f3.
He's actually sweating. I can see it's just queen d6.
Yeah, but then queen f3 will just terrible. And the queen goes to h5. It should be over.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Horrible. What did he do?
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6.
Yeah. There was nothing else. By the way, after queen d6, even queen h6 was possible. So yeah, queen d6 was not a move.
Now it looks queen d4 on the board. Fabiano with 3.5 minutes. It looks visibly very disturbed. Carlsen played rook c3 already.
Very smart move. Stopping your c5, yeah?
Yeah. But
yeah, and Fabi played rook d8.
that's sad.
Yeah.
Rook d8's kind of an admission.
No time, no position.
Now I would just go here. You know, no bishop c5, and if bishop e5, I take it without thinking. I say your move again.
Okay, the problem is that
It gives away
Black has
c4.
such a hopeless position.
You don't even need to play this move. Maybe I would just play this move actually, just to, you know.
Yeah, even just set to analyze it, I just.
I mean, I can put on the comp very quickly just to see the evaluation. It's only giving +2, which is a surprise, and it likes
what?
It likes b4.
Plus how much?
It likes my b4.
And also your rook e3.
Rook e3. Yeah? Well, I mean, they're both such.
Yeah.
natural
Okay.
moves.
Everything. Okay. No, this is just that's strategically.
Amazingly, in the vachier-lagrave Neidich game, they're in an ending. So actually, after queen f6, he went queen g5, takes knight e8. This is very clever by Arkady. Rook g6.
Well, but actually it's not. Then what is it? I mean, what is happening? Because now it feels like black is out of danger, no? I mean, how can black be worse in an endgame with pawn up? I mean, white still has compensation, but nothing else. You can go knight d8 and then rook g7, change this guy, and it's a pawn.
He went rook e7. Probably doesn't make such a big difference.
But I did like knight d8.
Yeah, rook e1 has been played by Maxim, now knight d8. The problem is now there are some pins.
Yeah, no, I mean, knight d8 I want it connected with rook g7.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, just to change, and then you are coming with the king, and the knight on e5 is doing nothing.
And you control the h file, which is very important. Maybe black's better here. Yeah?
Here it felt like black is better, yeah. But I mean, I just can't understand queen g5. Then the situation was maybe...
Maybe it was not already, you know?
But still, I mean, somehow... I don't know, voluntarily changing the queen? It's a bad sign for the position, yeah.
So rook e7, rook e1 on the board, king d7 now on the board. And this looks even. This looks,
yeah, I mean, there is no knight e5.
Now what's the idea?
Well, idea is that basically white has no idea, so maybe black will just go e5, b4 also.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's everything is cemented. All of white's pieces are at their maximum. I mean, there is no way to improve. I mean, maybe some bishop e2, bishop d1, bishop c2 plan.
Maybe he wants this.
Yeah, knight d6, knight e4. No,
maybe he wants knight d6, knight e4.
Yeah, knight d6, knight e4.
Knight d6. If you get a knight,
and then it's over.
Then it's finished.
Then it's over. Yeah.
Wow, we could be on the verge of a huge day, first day of upsets. But Neidich, he just plays much better against these top guys, and against guys rated 2400, he plays like a lunatic and loses lots of games. I don't understand.
No, I think it's quite easy to understand, because when you play against a 2400, Arkady has this philosophy that he has to try to win all the games. And already all the 2400 players are extremely solid. They know theory very well. So basically, right from the first move, he takes insane risks in order to win the game. Yeah, and because of this too much risk, he's then even risking to lose, and then he also loses, but he also wins a lot of games. But definitely he's an extremely high-class chess player. So,
looking at the Levon game as well, they've still got 9 moves to make. Georg down to 4 minutes.
But hang on, can you just go back to this Maxim? He went rook h6. I just can't understand. Now, if rook h6, gh, rook h7, what is happening? Isn't he just losing his h6 pawn?
Yes.
But that would be it.
That's it.
I mean, then
that's finito.
I mean, is there maybe some brilliant? I don't think.
No. How can there be?
No,
the king is on d7. There are no checks.
I don't see it.
Finito. With the two knights coming back, springing back into action. This is an incredible move, rook h6.
But okay, maybe anyway knight d6 was coming. It
Yeah,
was a
maybe,
desperado, but...
yeah.
But this is...
Oh dear. Very quickly though, in this Levon game, knight c6 played. So a lot of the rooks have been exchanged. White has to do something. He went knight d3. Prefer black.
Yeah, actually I wanted to mention when I saw that Levon went with bishop to h5,
What is this guy doing here?
that this knight on d6 is such a monster. Like, okay, please, you have all the...
I would just play this move quite quickly, I think, with black.
You can do whatever you want. You attack this f7 with bishop on h5, knight on e5, and you still don't have any threat. Huh?
What would you do here? Queen b6? Just to...
But I'm also not sure that black... I mean, okay, it's a psychological game still, because Georg has 6 minutes against 20.
Queen c7 also makes sense.
I don't know. I mean,
This is a very weak pawn. The knight comes to e4, the knight removes.
no, but I just wanted to point out that last move from Levon was knight d3.
Yes.
Basically, if he wanted to be safe, then he could have just taken on c6 probably. And knight c6, bc, take the b5 with, for example, queen b3 and come back with the bishop to e2 and put the bishop on d3 and say that, safe. Okay, the knight on d6 is beautiful, you might come with g5, f5, but you are not having any chances. But with knight d3, he's basically signaling that, I mean, he's signaling that he still has hopes, or I don't really understand. Because like this, black has some b5 idea at some point, yeah?
Feels very, very, very odd decision, in my opinion. Wow, he didn't take? What's going on?
Okay, he just wants to get his knight to e4.
But, sorry.
Yeah, can you just ask the engine, because I'm just...
so takes...
rook h7.
Oh, rook e6.
But the knight is not trapped, yeah? I mean, king e6,
knight g5.
Because I thought that the knight... but then knight f8 and... okay, and then it goes
But even...
on.
Okay, but still this is a...
Yeah.
Still this is a dream, no? With the king so close to...
Yeah, but okay, if he has a chance to go with the knight to e4, then I understand. Yeah, because suddenly I just had this blackout. I thought that.
But this still feels very good for black, of course. But so rook g8 instead. Bishop h3, knight d6, rook g1. So now we do have finally our knight. What about just this or what? Just this? No. Wow.
Yeah, it's.
What do we play here?
I mean, it looks very good.
This looks.
No, this explains why he didn't took rook h6.
Knight e4 on the board. King d. What?
King d1. Yeah.
Okay, just do this, Brad. Play.
Yeah, this is hopeless.
Solid. No, this is still hopeless. Oh, you fan who's played rook e3.
She's playing all the first lines. Okay, but in this position it's also not so difficult, because you just improve and...
Yeah, just improve, play rook f3, b4.
It's always the dream of any human that the most natural move is the first line of the computer, yeah? Because this you are able to find. Yeah, this is now... I mean, what to do?
Dearie me. I don't have a move here.
Yeah, and practically just 0 chances. Yeah. Unless white blunders hugely, which is also just impossible even to imagine.
I mean, how can you blunder here?
Yeah, you just
even if you lose an exchange, you're still better.
Yeah. I mean, unless you want to already finish off for the gallery and then you miscalculate something, that's the only way. Yeah, okay, this is just hopeless. It's completely hopeless. And I'm wondering about this Levon game. Can you just go there? Because here I'm feeling really sorry for Fabiano.
Yeah,
I mean,
me
it's
too.
just such a bad position. We even cannot suggest a move. It's just terrible. And here it's all about this, that can Black start to be ambitious and go b5? Yeah, this kind of interests me. Because it's like a question that White gets the c5 square for his knight, so it's not clear if this a pass pawn is such a huge asset after all, because maybe you go knight c5, bishop e2, and in this position like ba4, queen a4, pawn on a5 might tend to be even a weakness. But I just wanted to speculate a bit about this position, because these are the things. Georg has 5 minutes and he has to decide, can he be ambitious or not?
It's not Georg's style.
He will not.
He would never change a structure like that with 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think.
And knight b8, he continues.
But I quite like knight b8.
Yeah, knight b8 is.
Why not?
I mean, it's
maybe
a super move.
Maybe
knight d7, knight b6. He might say that this a4 pawn is a target.
I like
Why
black. Why should I be playing for a draw here with black when?
No, b5 was also kind of ambitious try,
Sure.
but knight b8 of course is much more professional. I would certainly be also playing knight b8 instantly over the board.
Feels better for black to me.
Yeah, feels better. That's why I'm still shocked that Levon did not use this chance move
Incredible.
33 to take on c6.
And also here, these knights.
These knights are
I mean,
beautiful.
they control everything. And what is this guy doing on f3? Excuse me.
Okay, the only question if really black is able to put pressure
this
on
might be a threat.
Queen c4.
Might.
Okay, it's also not necessary because okay, I take and we go bishop d1, bishop b3. I mean, white has a lot of defensive resources. I
Sure.
also have a knight on d3, but
Of course.
But I mean, if someone, then black can start shuffling, yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, let's just play aim.
No, the king is.
No, let's say here, something like this, right? Like even this position here. Am I losing? I'm losing the thread a bit here. No, I wanted to organize some knight b. I wanted to. No, I'm losing.
Yeah,
I'm losing. I'm losing. He's doing it. He's doing it. So he'll obviously convert this a lot better. Fabiano has played bishop c8.
Yes.
But now it feels like you just need to get rid of this bishop to convert. Also, just this move. No, then bishop f5. No, this move. Threatening rook e8. Bishop. What about this move?
Yeah, okay, this is just a catastrophe. Okay, I don't know.
Because if you go,
okay, such a hopeless position, it just feels so wrong. Yeah, when you know that Fabiano is such a brilliant player, and then to see him in such a terrible position, it's.
Maxim also, yeah, Fabiano looks dejected. Levon played knight b2, but
it's already a sign that now he's in the defensive.
Yeah.
Now he's in the defensive. I don't like it, and Georg is extremely good in such positions.
Very good, yeah.
He might actually.
Georg has never actually checkmated anybody. That's a joke.
Yeah, that's certainly because I mean
he just squeezes him like kids. Can you imagine if Levon lost, Fabiano lost, Maxime lost, and Matthias made a draw? What do you think the odds were before the round of that happening?
Well, definitely nobody would have expected it, and we were speculating a lot about the colors, yeah. And as we said that basically it looks bad for Magnus at the beginning, but if
everybody else,
but if with white nobody is really using their chances, then it's not such a bad thing to be black. Yeah, Georg, I think
would be extremely confident if I was Georg Meyer here.
I think his main aim is not to reach move 40 without really changing the structure.
That's him. That is really his style. He doesn't want to go b5 and have to start calculating.
Yeah, basically.
Plus, he doesn't have to do anything, right? Can he not just improve here? Can he not just...
Okay, it's not clear what really improves, because then some queen h7 might appear at some point.
Maybe.
You don't know if maybe the king on g8 is nicely placed for the moment.
So what to do here?
I mean, knight b6 looks natural.
Knight b6 looks really natural, yeah.
I mean, just to continue the same spirit. Okay, so bishop e2, yeah. I mean the bishop, but this is really
but
passive.
now already you have to.
Okay, then I go c4.
I know, but
Yes.
You are pinned.
I'm pinned, but I think I'm unpinning.
Okay, yeah, you do.
Yeah, knight on b2 is doing a good job in this sense.
Let's not do that. So bishop e2. Let's just hold on 1 second here. Maybe now is the time to go b5.
But then takes c4. I mean, this knight b2 was a knight a3. Wow. Oh, that's a motive. Okay, but then I don't have to take on b5 then. I mean, I blundered knight a3.
But I am.
Okay, but maybe I can go queen b3.
Queen b3. Yeah, I don't want to do this. He played knight b6. Okay.
Yeah, knight b6 will be played. Bishop
he will play this.
And
maybe no. Queen c6?
Yeah, just to pack.
Just to stop pack, bishop b5.
Okay, bishop d3 is probably happening.
Okay, but now I can
maybe
come.
Yeah, or also some but maybe f5 g5 is unnecessary weakening.
You know what? I was thinking about this move, and I just think, well,
maybe there is no need.
Well, we just
king f8. Yeah,
bring the king.
This is Georg. Okay, maybe some queen b3, but I still cannot do anything.
What's the threat?
Yeah, no threat. Okay.
You're never going here, are you? So.
I'm never going. No, actually, I just wanted to put the queen on a3. I thought that this diagonal is kind of nice now that you moved your king to the center. No? Wow. It's not changing anything much. But I have a trap.
You're going to trap me?
Yeah.
Ah!
Queen c5.
Queen c5.
Queen c5.
This is the sort of move that I would fall for.
Yeah, and queen c5 and suddenly nothing, because you can take knight c4. You are still.
I'm still okay.
And maybe you are
still
winning
winning,
the opponent game. I don't know.
Because my king is too close.
Yeah.
I don't know. Very quickly, MVL Knightage move 30. Oh, knight. What's this? Takes. Oh my God. What is that?
Okay, but it doesn't change anything.
That's it. But it just looks better than it is, right?
Yeah,
So knight d6 or something like this.
No. I mean, you can just take on g1, no?
Take on g1, take on f7, check.
King d6. You have to take on g1, then
so takes, king d6. Take. Rook a7.
Rook a7. But I mean, knight g5 traps you, not traps, because you have bishop f1 still. So I cannot trap.
But why allow all this counterplay?
No, not. I thought that maybe I'm winning by force. So
why not just this move?
Okay, it runs into knight e5 with check, but actually it's you can just move it.
I missed it.
Yeah, but you just move it. Maybe it's the best move. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's
here and then what? Just
okay, king c7. But then I take rook g6, knight g6, ef, knight f4. Then maybe I have a blockade. Okay, it's still a pawn with king c6, but.
Wow, what a position. How long is Knightage? He's got 5 minutes.
I mean, but Maxim created something from nothing.
Incredible.
Yeah? I mean,
that's what he does.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Okay, so here.
Yeah.
Maybe king e8, and then you have to.
Yeah.
Well, then here.
But okay, this is already.
But it's an exchange, no? Rook a8. Okay, king f7. We can just take.
This is winning.
And then just to here and. Yeah. This is what's happening. He's going to play king e8. He'll find king e8, I'm sure. I'm sure he'll find king e8.
But king e8, can I take? Bishop takes is okay. It's of course lost.
Rook 8 g2.
Yeah, king e3. I'm just looking for practical chances.
Knight. No, I don't know.
But where are those practical chances?
I mean, it's here probably. Yeah. Is that the right? Yeah, because then I've got rook e1 checks. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
I mean, is
No, takes, then maybe I can go king f4. Can I go king f4 here?
king f4? Wow. Here?
Yeah, and then rook a7. No, sorry. If you go rook a8, then I go king e5. I know then. I can go king e5. I mean king f4 and then king e5. That was the idea behind.
And check and.
And I just have king
Where?
d6, rook e7 check.
King d8?
Then rook d7
King
check.
c8?
Yeah, rook back to e7, and then I also have king takes d5. I mean, I'm doing good there. Yeah, I mean,
What's this?
It's
Sorry, rook here check.
Yeah, king d6. I mean, I can even take on d5 first, but here you take. No, of course, yeah, no, this case I can't.
That's a cold shower.
Yeah, that's a cold shower. Before the excitement starts, it's cruel.
That's a cold shower.
Yeah, so instead of king e5, but rook a7, then I already don't believe in it.
No, I feel like you're too slow.
But okay, it's not.
It's never easy. What do I do here?
Yeah, I wonder if can you mate me or not? I mean, with some rook e2, bishop d5, rook f1, but I mean, it's with this bishop it shouldn't be made, and I start taking.
He played king e8. He played king e8.
So
I think this is the best practical try. Bishop takes e6. Because yeah, I mean, this is obviously over, so you have to take. And then we were saying what this, but maybe there's even better here. I don't know. Why allow the king up the board? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What about just
I
this
was
move?
surprised. Yeah, and I was.
What
happy,
about this?
but,
Just this move immediately.
Yeah. No, I mean it should be lost.
And then. This
yeah,
one.
rook a8 g5.
Okay, 7.
Yeah, no, but now it's completely lost with the king cut on e1. Now rook g3 and something. I know.
I can also.
Okay, you can do
win this
whatever. No,
pawn,
I mean you can do whatever.
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Just not.
Okay. My goodness, this is very depressing. Fabiano with 54 seconds does have a check.
No, it's white to move.
I know.
Unfortunately, for Fabi.
Bishop g3 almost wins on the spot, but queen b6. That loses. No, no, it doesn't. Queen b6. I mean, something must win here. I don't know what wins, but something must win.
Yeah, it looks.
Something must win. Let's have a think. Okay. Okay. I just played this move.
Okay, bishop g3, queen b6.
So let's just take.
Then I take on d4. Can I take on d4?
Yeah, but you take on d4.
I thought that's my only chance.
Oh, that is your only chance. Jeez.
That's my only chance.
Yeah, no, I can't do that.
But basically here,
so,
even I'm afraid that some queen h4 is possible. I don't know, I'm afraid that queen h4 is possible.
oh my god, that's strong.
But, hang on, then queen takes b5, bishop, e8 is hanging. Then e8 is hanging.
Then e8 is hanging.
So no, queen h4 doesn't work.
Okay, bishop g3 is on the board. I think Fabiano has to go queen b6.
Yeah, it's played.
Queen b6.
I mean, there is also this line queen b6, bishop b6, rook d8, bishop d8, rook e8, but then there is rook f8.
Exactly.
And also maybe bishop d7, but okay, rook f8 is.
That doesn't. She's just gone queen
d3. Yeah, that's
queen d3. And then if rook e8, bishop takes e8.
Yeah.
That's a very clever move, queen d3. Holy cow. 51 seconds. Doesn't look survivable, this, I have to say. No, this is over now. There's no move, rook e8, bishop e8. 40 seconds, and it's going to be a terrible start for Fabi this tournament. He's going to be very, very upset after this game. Very, very upset. But well played to Hou Yifan because she found the key moves.
Yeah, she found key moves. Okay, it was also fairly easy actually. Yeah. I mean, but okay, knight g3 was a spectacular move. But this is basically the dream when the most natural moves are the best. Yeah, this is what you are dreaming of.
Fabiano made a move. A move to try and confuse her, maybe. Bishop d7. But this
Rook e7
looks like a cold shower time. Bishop takes b5.
Just all.
And just.
Well, also bishop takes c7,
Bishop
but
takes
you are also
c7.
mating.
Yeah,
I mean,
this
it's
looks like
just
mate,
you can choose.
Yeah. And this is a very, very easy move to see for somebody of Hou Yifan's ability. So, yeah, I don't expect her. Let's quickly just see this one through as well. Rook g1, rook b1. Yeah, Maxime is dead in this position. Dead lost. And Arkady continues this amazing score against 2,800 players, you know. Fantastic score against Magnus, beating Maxime here. And yeah, Maxime can resign, I think, because there are just no moves here. And Georg Meyer also just plays g6 now, like that very much. Perhaps threatening h5, puts the king on g7. I would play on for a long time here with black.
Definitely.
Look at this guy here.
No, actually, it's not bad. This holds together the position.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, but I mean,
yeah, it's,
I would rather it here, right?
Definitely.
You know what I mean? And very quickly back to Magnus.
He's winning a pawn now.
He's winning a pawn. Why?
But he will be pinned, yeah. I mean, how to protect the knight a4, rook c4, rook c8.
And if this? It's just too quick.
Well, somehow I did not want to put the knight on that diagonal, but it might be possible.
Really? Nah. Surely not. Rook c3, what to do here? What is the best practical? So rook c8.
Then rook takes c5.
Okay. But what happens if I annoy?
Yeah, you can harass.
I'm just going to harass.
c4.
Yeah, no.
Knight
Here?
b6. Knight b2.
Maybe. No, because then you've got
No,
rook
then rook
c2, knight
c2
b4.
and knight b4.
Yeah.
No, I saw knight b6 back tempo.
Yes.
But anyway, I go rook c2. I just cannot believe that now I will just move my knight and that's it.
Yeah, that's not good. Knight a4 is on the board here.
Yeah, knight a4, rook c4, rook c8. Yeah, this is what I mentioned.
Ah, knight a4, rook c4, rook c8. That's clever.
Yeah, and then okay, it still continues. That if knight e7, you go where?
Knight e7. Maybe I just go knight
you
b6.
go knight b6, yeah. But this is...
Maybe I start to get optimistic with white.
No, optimistic. No? You cannot be optimistic.
Why not?
Why not? I don't know. I mean, you cannot
optimistic.
Get optimistic.
I can't get optimistic. You're right, but
you are happy that you survived.
I'm happy that I had this position. Yeah. Let's quickly go back to Fabiano because we will return to this. So bishop d7, but I mean this is just rook e7. It's pretty simple chess. He's trying to think of a way to just keep the game alive. But why she didn't play this immediately, I don't know. Because for me, it's just such an easy.
Yeah, okay,
move.
but usually every coach says when you are already completely winning and you have time, then just concentrate. I mean, there is no need to hurry.
Well, maybe this is good enough, of course.
Well, everything is good enough here, I guess.
Bishop takes, rook takes d7.
I mean, just bishop takes e7 and then rook e3 first. I mean, just bring the other rook to g3 and
it's just
over.
hopeless still.
Queen f5, it's the other. I mean, it's made in.
It's probably queen f5 is more than good enough. Yeah, she didn't do it, but okay, there were.
No, she already did it.
Yeah. Fabiano, 48 seconds.
Yeah, it's
No,
resigned.
it's resigned's time.
It's resigned.
Yeah, she takes the bishop with check as well. So here, she gives check. She gives another check. Check. And...
Well, okay, just every move.
yeah, something. It doesn't matter. It's just 3 pieces against a queen. Three major pieces against the king. I don't think we'll see Fabiano in here today. Yeah, this is the Maxim game. They have passed the time control. Arkady might take some time just to not be tricked. But actually...
But is this so simple? I don't know. Is this so simple?
Feels...
I mean, I'm still hoping for some king f8, yeah, because against king d8 I want
no, against
king f4, king e5, king,
yeah,
I'm
but
still hoping for
the king
march.
the king can come to h6 or something, or h8. No, it doesn't.
Also, you have some idea like rook g4 and rook e2 mate. Actually,
Yes, that's very nice.
That's why I have to start running with the king.
Yes, that's very nice. Okay, Fabiano has resigned, and obviously a very disappointing loss for him today. Bluebaum, I think, is going to make a draw somehow. I think Maxim is going to lose. But obviously this is the story of the day so far. This is just a disaster for Fabiano, who, after a very difficult US Championships as well, losing today in the first round of this tournament is obviously extremely painful for him, and well, he's going to have to really bounce back very quickly. But a great win for Hou Yifan. Let's not take anything away from her.
No,
she played a perfect game. She found some very nice plans, and
basically this key move I think was your move, 15th h3, because
yeah,
that really put Fabio under pressure, because when you realize that your opponent can play h3 and is coming knight h2, knight g4, and here it started that all this rook f7, bishop d7, c5, he started making moves which he would otherwise never play, but simply he was under pressure after h3.
Yeah, so and then she just converted.
But also I think one of the reasons that Fabiano never really played this line with knight f5. I mean, he always used to be playing in super tournaments, in the elite events, and then he didn't mind exchanging all the pieces, and I'm pretty sure that his preparation is knight e5, rook e5 castle, and he knows all the subtleties of that position. But for today's game he decided to, if it happens, then he will try to gamble with this knight f5 plan. But I mean, this knight c7, I'm not a fan of knight c7, because I'm playing rook e8, and I know that black has to be precise and black has to show knowledge, but with rook e8 I have actually had some decent results myself. But knight c7 I was never a fan of.
Right. Yeah, so very difficult loss. Levon against Georg Meyer, they've still not reached the time control.
Still not reached the time control.
No. And he played queen c6. So, but this, I believe we have a guest in the studio. Hi. We will be bringing on Hou Yifan into our hot seat. So yeah, come and join us. Okay.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. So this was this is a good start to the tournament for you.
Yeah, actually I didn't really win in like silver tournament for quite some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We looked at the game, of course, from the start to the finish. We felt like Fabiano's move on move 11, knight c7, was already a very optimistic way to play this position. perhaps too optimistic.
Yeah, I'm not some idea like rook e8 challenge and
Do you wanna?
I mean, I'm not some games like rook e8
Yeah,
and,
I had a lot of games with
oh,
this.
really?
Yes, with this.
And some exchange on e8 and bishop d3, queen d2, knight f1. Okay, but I was thinking the critical moment is supposed to be c5 here on move 17 because it changed the structure of the game. Because if not c5, but, I mean, black has something like maybe knight g7, bishop f5, or bishop c7, knight d6.
Sorry to interrupt, but we were giving you a lot of credit for your 15th move h3 because we were discussing this position before h3 and Lawrence also came up with h3 and then we decided that if white plays h3 this is a super move and black has problems and then you played h3 and after that it was kind of logical for us that you were pressing the game.
Yeah,
This
because,
h3 was for us a really critical, huge moment.
but then I was thinking
What was your
like,
idea behind the h3? That how you came up with h3
just to
then?
prevent bishop g4 at some moments. And well, I was thinking black could try something like bishop c7, knight d6, bishop f5. So how
yeah,
was your
yeah.
h3?
Exactly. This is what we were discussing. That after h3, bishop c7, maybe you show the line, Lauren?
Yeah. So I mean, we were just
Because we
looking
were
at-
discussing this, yeah, that h3, bishop c7, knight h2,
Knight h2.
knight d6, knight g4. This was the big problem. And this knight on g4 was doing a lot of damage.
This was, yeah, very
Because there is no bishop f5. And another line after h3 was that if not bishop c7 but knight g7 immediately, then you are playing knight e3, stopping bishop f5, and you are
Knight
going
G4.
to g4. Yeah.
No, we thought h3 was a brilliant
So
move.
I was suggesting, no, it was not in. When did I go bishop e6? And then you sacrifice the exchange?
Ah, yes, that was somewhere like here.
No, it was not with rook on f7. No, it was. I was doing some knight g7, knight. No, then you would go bishop f5. No, knight e3 you were doing.
Ah, knight e3.
I was doing bishop is knight ef5. No,
Ah,
I was
knight
doing
F-
knight ef5,
Okay.
knight g4, and then bishop.
No, you
And then bishop
e6, and then you can
and
just.
then rook e6. We were discussing this position. Of course, it's not forced or anything, but basically that's why we were saying that 15 h3, and we even said that Lawrence should have participated in the open tournament because he's in good shape.
If I can get some coaching, that would be great. No, but I just going on to some other critical. So c5 was obviously a very. We
It
didn't
was
like
desperation.
it. It was a
I think
desperate
it was
move, yeah.
desperation because Fabi should have he understood that c5 is not good, but I think he was just so uncomfortable with his position
Yeah.
that he tried to change the character of the position, but it changed, of course, to your favor. But
I
or
think
maybe b6, c5, if that's
Maybe.
a slightly better version.
maybe, but still, white is just
Or
doing
white
so.
could try c4.
Yeah, in some positions you have c4. But it was here also you found on move 21 knight g3. This is a brilliant move actually. I mean, we expected you to find it, but after this it feels completely lost for black. Would you agree? Is that how you felt in the game, or?
Yeah, actually I was thinking between knight g3 or knight e3. But knight e3, I wasn't so sure if black tries some move like knight h6.
Something
Because
tricky, huh?
my bishop has to go to h2.
Yeah. And somehow it's
then also maybe some d4 or something.
yes, in some
Yeah.
positions, yeah. No, we thought knight g3 was very clean, and then this position just looks practically losing for black in my opinion. Is that how you felt? Did you assess this as winning for white? Or?
Oh wow! Until this, I know that white is in a very comfortable position, but during a practical game, I didn't really, like judge whether how much it is.
Well, because the rest of the game you made look easy. Queen d2 was another good move. This is a perfectly fine move. I mean, when we get this position with the 4 pawn islands, I mean,
Yeah, I think at first maybe Fabi was thinking something like bishop g4,
in this
while
position,
I don't know, but at least white can try rook e5 without to judge the exchange with.
rook e5. Also with this threat in some positions.
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, that also looks.
yeah, looks like hopeless.
It looks.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we felt. We turned to your game. We wanted to give some lines for the public, and we just couldn't find
We
the
can't
move for
find
black.
it for black.
We just couldn't find the move for black. Yeah, and everywhere it looks like kind of hopeless. And then you played
And then you
extremely
just
well.
played
Also.
queen f4. We saw queen d4. Just rook e3, just not making b4. All of these moves we just saw and just have no moves for Fabiano. Bishop
Yeah, I mean,
b4.
definitely I was a little bit miscalculated when I played rook e8. I mean, why is supposed to have many ways more clearly, like rook e7, because later on I have to find queen d3. At first I thought it should be like winning a piece or somehow.
In this position here,
Yeah, something rook e3 or bishop f6 is supposed to be more, maybe more accurate, because later on after queen b6.
rook e7 here you want to play.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's probably very good as well. So rook e7, bishop f6. You win the queen even. Bishop
Yeah,
d3
maybe.
check, yeah. So just
You
to
can
illustrate
even start
here.
with bishop takes f6, yeah?
Yes,
You can even start with
e7.
bishop takes, it doesn't even...
Yeah, I think that's more simple, because later on, at first, I was thinking I should win a piece, but after
Yeah,
queen
this is
b6,
just-
I need to find queen d3 somehow.
Yeah, but then it's
queen
again
d3 is
designs,
pretty
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Queen is again designs, yeah.
No, okay, but you didn't spoil the position, you just found the important queen d3, and then the rest, there are a million ways to win this position. So it feels like you didn't have to do too much to win today, which is very unusual against Fabiano. Normally, you really have to, as they say, beat him 2 or 3 times during a game, but today it felt very easy.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. I mean, I was playing with Fabi quite some games since
I
very young
remember, of
age,
course,
yes. And some games actually I got quite super advantage, but Fabi defended quite
Yeah,
well,
he's
and
right.
sometimes he tried even to fight back or
Yeah.
at least to hold the position several times.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us. Well done, congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. All right, so see you. Hui Fan with a brilliant start, beating Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces, making it look very easy. Obviously a very difficult loss for Fabi, and he will have to regroup tomorrow. Magnus still fighting against Bluebaum. Maxime looking in trouble, and also Levon, well, they've reached time control. This is probably a very good time for us, actually, to take a very short break. 3 games still remain from this round, but we'll be back very soon. In the meantime, send us your tweets, hashtag GRENKE Chess or hashtag C24Live, and we'll see you very, very soon. Hello everybody, welcome back to live coverage of round 1 of this year's GRENKE Chess Classic, and we are joined by Maxime vachier-lagrave and Arkady Naiditsch. Their game has ended with a win for Arkady. Congratulations, commiserations, Maxime. Obviously, a very, very, very complex game, very interesting game. We could spend hours analysing this one, obviously, but also you've had a long game. So let's look at the key moments, guys. Already, here is a very interesting moment already. You spent a lot of time, Maxime, here.
No, I mean, I could play the obvious way, like bishop e3 and queen d2, but some of this knight e2 move attracted me, and I don't know, I decided to play it, but not sure if it was wise.
Because Arkady, you played this very quickly, so
No, but I think after the a3 move, the idea of black should be to play c4. Otherwise, I don't think it makes much sense, the whole setup for black. Now I'm using the moment that I can get my knight theoretically to b3, so I think in case I don't play c4, then why basically I've done it all. White will just continue by playing bishop e3, g3, bishop g2, and so I think I need to play c4.
and then obviously we were saying we thought Maxime would play g4, h5.
But yeah, I was attracted with this idea of f5, so I didn't see it for too long.
Yeah, I was saying
But you even thought that if you don't go f5 also could be nice for you, just with knight g3, h4 and then later f5.
But I thought
f5 was
black
so
can go
tempting,
f5. I thought black can go f5 at some point. It's some sort of reverse King's Indian. I mean, like, you know, from the other side. I've been even not that sure how to evaluate position in case I just go knight b6 instead of f5.
Also, yeah, but I mean, you always have f5 as safety. Because if I go bishop h3, no f5.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in a good moment, yeah.
But maybe there I could already take on f6. That's why I thought maybe.
But this is an interesting idea at least, and
No, here I wanted, of course, knight takes d5.
yeah.
And but queen e2 was interesting. Also after knight d5, bishop b7. Bishop g2. I was really not sure what happens after knight takes e5. Knight c takes e5. The other one.
Knight c.
Pawn takes knight c5.
Wow. This we didn't see. Obviously with this check.
The point is after knight f4, I can take on d1, king takes, and some knight b3 is happening, and I wasn't sure how to evaluate this.
Yeah. Because that's sad. Rook a2.
Then I thought I have decent compensation with queen e2 on g1.
Yeah, we thought you'd play like this rather than just releasing the tension with knight takes d5. Didn't look clear anyway. So this
I missed knight a8.
this is just Arkady, how far did you see that? I mean, was this already when you played this system? Obviously, you did some work on it. So was it part of this system in some lines that you play like this, or
I mean,
did you find it over the
definitely
board?
not. I mean, why to go knight a8 in case I don't take on f5? So I just I think I thought for like half an hour before playing rook a7. I mean, obviously I played rook a7 with the idea to play knight a8 next, because I think I need to get my knight to e6 as fast as I can. I need to try to control the e6 square. In case I don't go knight a8, for example, I could have gone like knight a5, but I've been very scared at some moment to get e6, and maybe not immediately, maybe just bishop e3 first.
Yeah, bishop e3 was my idea.
After knight a5. Just bishop e3, and then at some moment e6. It's looking very scary for black. That's why I thought about two options: to play rook a7 and then knight e8, or to play queen e7 followed by knight d8.
Yeah, that's the one that we were looking
But
at.
at queen e7 I've been a little worried about the a4 move. I've been not sure what happens after a4. I didn't like to take ba because it's very bad for my structure, so I think a4 is quite unpleasant.
Very interesting. Okay.
And my point was that I thought about rook a7 independently as like a defense against e6, so I didn't really consider that knight a8 was the idea.
Such a
Yeah,
strong.
to be honest, knight e8 was a shock for us as well, because we were discussing this, how to get the knight to e6, and then knight e8 happened, and
Yeah, and I thought anyway I'm in time for a6. But yeah, I mean, when I took on a6, like Arkady said, it's probably a mistake because, of course, my other option was knight g5 instead of knight takes e6.
I've been mainly calculating knight g5. I've been really not sure about the position at all. I think knight c7 is a must, and now a lot of options for white. I think even slow play like h5 is possible, or maybe bishop h3 first. Rook take h4, bishop take f5.
No, I thought king g7 here.
Immediately, yeah. But then you just take on e6. Sorry, queen h4. Yeah, you want.
Yeah. Yeah, this is sort of why I...
Okay, maybe not that clear. King d7, knight take f7.
queen h4,
king somewhere. D1.
and bishop f7.
Bishop take f5.
Yeah, king d8.
We'll just put this on the board.
This is actually what I...
Yeah, but now so many moves.
No, I know, but... I know I have moves, but...
I've been quite scared.
No,
For sure.
clearly, yes.
Maybe knight g6, you may...
Yeah, and bishop g5 maybe. Or
No,
just
rook takes, rook takes.
Why not bishop g5?
Rook takes? I mean, it's 3 pieces, you actually...
Yeah, but you maybe just mate me, no?
Why?
Rook take g5.
Why would I mate you here? I mean... Bishop f5.
Yeah, take.
Yeah, no. I don't know how to make a set.
Bishop d6, but...
Yeah, no, bishop d6.
Okay, very unclear.
No, but
King
but
c2
after bishop
is
takes
still-
g6, I think rook takes g6 should be good.
Knight e7, I have to check.
It's mate, yeah.
Yeah, check on d6, yeah.
Oh, this is mate. So,
But actually, rook g6, maybe queen h1, rook h2. But okay, we're going far
we're
too.
going big. But do you think this was a mistake, basically, knight takes e6?
Yeah,
Too
for-
quickly, probably, yeah.
There was
Because-
one idea, knight g5 we were discussing, actually move 18, and I came up with this rook e7 move. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
if-
but this I didn't like. I wanted to
Knight
avoid.
takes e6?
Yeah, knight takes
Yes,
e6.
knight takes fe and then
Knight
knight
g6.
g6 and just to
It's
give
the other
the
knight.
exchange.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to give the exchange.
Yeah, that's the that's the
Because
problem.
rook h7, bishop g5, I think it's just
Yeah.
winning for white.
Maybe even bishop f4. I mean, you can.
I mean,
play
bishop
any-
f4, okay, doesn't matter.
Yes,
think
no,
the
I played
position-
rook h6. I played rook h6, but okay, I mean it
To give
was.
2 exchanges.
Two exchanges, no?
No,
I mean,
was
I'll
not
take the
giving
first
two,
one, but
no,
no,
you
you're
weren't giving
giving
two.
Yeah,
two.
but take queen h5.
Yeah, no, it was not. Yeah,
No,
yeah, this knight on g6 is just.
I've actually been calculating for quite long instead of bishop take e6 to play f6.
but
We were looking
bishop
at that, we thought it
h3.
was-
You wanted to play bishop h3 first?
Well, I mean, I was not really.
Okay, knight
considering-
e7.
And even h5 now.
Yeah, because mainly I've been calculating knight g6. But
This looks good for white, huh?
Maybe
Yeah,
even
I'm
queen
not that
c2.
sure.
But
knight c7 maybe. It looks of course very ugly for black. This is clear, but I want to play maybe knight c7, queen d6, and just takes the e6 pawn.
and if
or
knight
a5.
h4, maybe g5. Yeah, but take and g7 should be good for white somehow.
Yep, I also didn't like it so much. Yeah, probably bishop e6. I have to go bishop take e6.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's fast forward to another.
Yeah, to this moment, because actually we also could not really, we did not want to use engines, and we couldn't evaluate how to assess. What were your thoughts at
I
this
thought I
moment?
was worse already.
Oh, you thought you were worse here, or
Yeah, because I mean, somehow what I wanted, I think on move 19 I wanted actually bishop h3. This is this was my miscalculation. Bishop h3, king d7, and here, for instance, bishop f4. And I forgot that after rook h4, bishop g5, rook e4, I'm probably just sort of lost in the long run. So this was an unpleasant surprise, this rook e4. Otherwise, I mean, positions up for grabs definitely, but they're just unpleasant.
Okay, so just moving forward very quickly then, it was around here.
Yeah, but just I mean, it's really illogical because you haven't done anything clearly wrong, and suddenly, out of a very interesting position, as you also said, you are certainly worse. I mean, it's
Maybe
should be a
taking
very
on-
unpleasant feeling.
Maybe
I mean,
taking on
okay,
these-
Of
This
course,
is a
it's an
really big
unpleasant
mistake.
feeling, but at the same time, when you go for such complicated lines, you must expect that, you know, you can do things wrong even if they're not obvious, and then, you know, you clearly, I mean, you're on the edge. So, I mean, this is a kind of positions where this sort of things can happen, and basically kudos to Arkady to play, I mean, the way he did, and yeah, here I missed rook g8 in advance, and then it was over.
Because this one is.
This one is
Unclear,
unclear, yeah? Knight, rook h7, rook e6, of course, and if knight f6, knight g5. I mean, this is actually clear. It's clear that white is not worse, but
Really?
Okay, knight e6, I think it's just.
Knight e6.
Yeah.
You don't say
Knight
knight
f4.
e7. No, knight e7. You have to play
Ah,
knight
knight
e7.
e7. This one.
Yeah, but why to go for it?
But of course, if you have
Yeah,
rook g8,
but,
then wins. Yeah.
This is all irrelevant. Rook g8. Rook g8 was very precise, and yeah, the position just collapsed very quickly.
Yeah, this was a nice trick,
Yeah, you
but
would-
anyway, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah. So okay, well, thanks for coming, and good luck tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. So, in the meantime, we've also had another result. Levon Aronian and Gyurma have drawn their game. Somewhat surprisingly, we felt like Gyurma might try, but maybe here Levon had just got enough.
But before we go, I just would like to say 2 words
Yeah.
about Maxim. I think it's a great sportsmanship
Absolutely.
that he joined after such
Absolutely.
disappointing game, because he had played a brilliant game with a lot of ideas,
Yes.
and that's why I also asked that how does it feel that basically it was not obvious where did he make a mistake at all, and suddenly the position turned the way it turned, and that he lost this basically game of the day, yeah, because it was so incredibly sharp position that
Yeah.
we were unable to really judge what's going on in the game, and that he came and he shared his thoughts.
Brilliant.
I mean,
No,
really,
he's-
really great.
He's great for the game. His games are interesting. He's as you said, very sportsmanlike, and the game is very lucky to have him. And so he will bounce back. There's a short bio. 26 years old, rated 2803 currently. Peak rating was last August at 2819. So in a very slight downswing, but nothing too serious. Obviously today will hit his rating. He'll go below 2800, as will Fabiano today. It's very difficult to maintain that. This game ended in a draw after Queen A3. Already it seemed as though Georg didn't play so precisely in the moves going up to the time control, and
finally Levon came up with this Queen B3, Queen A3. I mean, it had an effect.
It had an
I
effect,
think, because
yeah.
this Queen C5 is hanging in the air, and then suddenly with Black you feel like, after all, you are not that safe that you can just play for a win without any risk.
yeah.
And probably there is also no way through.
Yeah.
I mean, White got this Bishop E2, F3, King F2, everything is covered, and he even has these ideas with Queen C5. So it's a logical end to this game. In the meantime, I see that Magnus and Matthias
Well,
staged this completely drawn rook endgame.
It's a completely drawn rook ending. 3 versus 3 on the same side. And I'm just going to bring my coffee towards me. And it would be completely drawn even if this pawn were not on E3. Not completely.
Yeah, but then you would prefer to have your pawn on H4 already, just in case.
Just in
with
case,
White,
yeah.
just not to allow any slight problems. But okay, like this, it's just completely drawn.
So is his idea King F3 wants to go G5 and just pose?
No, but it's not. But maybe we can just go back a few moves to see how it happened.
So we last saw it around here.
Yes,
Rook C8,
exactly.
Knight E5.
I mean, this rook C8 looked like the key move, which
Yes.
saves White. Yeah.
Knight E5, Knight B6. The rook came to C2, and now Knight D5. This is also a key move. The idea is that,
Well, you just bring back the knight, yeah, to E3.
well, if Knight D3, he wants to go C6, I assume.
Down C6.
And anything like this, actually, it's black who has to probably be precise, because the pawn...
Yeah, I mean, probably use this rook D2, C7, but then rook G8, it's already not a perpetual. I mean, I wanted to do the famous perpetual with knight E5, knight F3, knight H2, but it's rook G8 and then king H6. Maybe it's still a perpetual.
Still a draw.
Yeah,
Because if queen, we'll just illustrate that, then knight F3, king F1, knight H2, king E1, knight F3, and if the king goes to a very bad square, then we run into mate. So this was a very important move, knight d5. a4 was played by Magnus, knight e3, rook c3, and now he just hit the rook, but as soon as the rook leaves, then
and he cannot protect
the pawn.
Well, actually a brilliant defense.
Very good
by
defense.
Matthias, after the time control. Because I guess just one small inaccuracy might have maybe not put him into real trouble, but Magnus would have able to put pressure. Yeah, but this way it was just super clean.
Yes. And
definitely a big miss for Magnus,
I think
because
so.
around move 20 with 1 hour on the clock against 1 minute and that extremely promising position, looked like Magnus definitely will win that game. But I mean, Matthias deserves credit. I mean, this was just with 1 minute on the clock to defend like this. Okay, definitely Magnus made a wrong choice with this e5 and d takes e4, but nevertheless, I mean, this is a superb defense. Okay, the game is not over yet, but after doing all those great defensive moves, it's hard to imagine exactly that here something happens.
well, you never know with Magnus. He has won these positions before.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Even against players like Matthias Bluebaum, who's only got 11 minutes, I should add. So there's still a bit of pressure here.
Yes,
how would
okay,
you...
but it's only 6 moves to go to the time control,
And
and
then
they
another
get
15
another,
minutes.
yeah, and 30 seconds also then.
What would you play here with White? Because Magnus, you know, there's, for example, just to illustrate, a terrible move here would be the move g4, which I think I've played a number of times in Blitz, allowing...
But I'm not sure if it's a terrible move, strange enough. Because
Well,
it is, but you have some king e4, king f5 activity.
h4...
So you might... Yeah, now if... No, it's white to move. Maybe you are
so
in time
king
to go king e4.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Yes, okay, check. Okay, so check. Or not check, I mean first rook a8. I mean just rook a8.
Rook a8. Ah, maybe it's...
Yeah, first my thought also was just
it's
not to
still a
go
draw.
g4 because it looks so scary, but
Yeah.
then I was not 100% sure if really black can... Okay, it's a bit risky. I mean maybe black
Yeah.
plays a move like king f7 now,
Yeah.
just to please make a move. Kind of, if king f5, rook f2, king e4, rook h2, king f5, still it seems to draw.
There's a lot of draw. Even this seems to draw, so...
Yeah, but okay.
He's not going to do this, he's not
Yeah, I mean, please don't try this at home, as they say in g4, but...
What about h4?
Yeah, it's another choice. Then, okay, g4 is logical. Yeah, 4 and king g6. I mean, this is tricky because I want now rook f2
And rook f3.
and rook f3.
Yeah, touching any of these pawns is a bad idea. So what do you do here?
Well, I actually thought that maybe some move like rook a5 makes sense, just to
King g6?
king g6, rook a8. I mean, first I'm not doing anything, I'm just provoking this king so that I can start checking from behind. But you go rook h2, yeah? You go rook h2 and rook g8 check.
Yeah.
King h6. What else? And
But
okay,
I mean-
now h4. But h4, g4. This
This is always a problem.
This is always a problem. I mean, it's tricky.
He did play rook a5. Magnus will almost certainly play king g6, I would think.
Yeah, or f6 basically.
Or f6.
More or less the same.
Yep.
King g6.
What about going e4 here?
I know, he went
He
f6.
went f6,
He went
okay.
f6, yeah.
What about going e4? Does that make any sense at all?
Well, it makes sense.
And if rook h2, you want to go...
And if rook h2, then I was hoping that... Well, this isn't a threat. That's my point. King g2.
g4.
Okay, and then what?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Yeah, because I can trade
this
e4.
this is a good point. But maybe I want h4, but then you have... Yeah, no, maybe I want h4, yeah?
You want h4. So let's say I made a move here. You want to go
Maybe I
h4.
go h4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now some funny lines like king g4, rook g2, king h5, but okay, this is just strange.
Yeah, I don't
I mean, there is no reason to do
There's no
this.
reason. So, rook h2. Also, I can just do this. No? Can I just...
Yeah, but actually you can just give rook a7 check, king g6, and you go rook a6. And then you are threatening with
Then
e5. And this is, if you want to be very professional.
h4.
Yeah, and then now
Just take
gh.
it, yeah.
Take
Yeah, and
king
it's
g2,
and e5.
and
Yeah, and that's enough. So I quite like using this e pawn.
yeah. And
I would go e4.
as also the lines we discussed showed, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because always this key idea with you start playing rook a6 against king g6 and
Yeah.
e5 instead.
And he played
Yeah,
e4.
he played
Well
e4,
done.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And if rook c3, it's important to go king f2, I think, because king g2, rook e3, and...
Okay, it's still a draw, then you go
It's-
h4 now. You can just go h4 now.
h4, because, right.
But okay, now gh, king g6. And okay, it's 2 against 2, but it's maybe not trivial draw, let's say. It should be draw, but
Okay, 4.
okay, 4. Yeah, okay, it should be trivial.
Yeah, it should be.
And then you just play rook b4. And
So rook c3 check, played by Karlsruhe. I expect he'll go king f2, because, yeah. I
or
think
they might come, yeah?
Well, they might come soon. Let's see, rook c3 check. I expect king f2. I mean, why allow rook e3? Just go king f2.
Yeah, okay, this soon will end in a draw. Okay, anyway, h4, yeah?
Yeah, like if rook c4, just h4 here is...
No, but I mean for black, now after rook c3, okay, h4, yeah?
But take.
Takes.
Yeah.
No, okay, it's a bad draw. That's why I expect that the game will.
Not really much to come on. f5, e6 is the idea, and if king f6, we can just go e7, rook c8. Even this position is just dead, because here still a draw. Everything's a draw, and
Yeah, not enough material.
There's not enough material. So, have we got any interesting tweets or questions today? That's a question while we wait for this to wrap up. Actually, it's coming close to 5 hours so it's quite a short day actually for us, I feel. I don't see how Magnus puts on any pressure here at all.
Yeah, but somehow I feel like we had seen a really lot of action.
We have,
today.
actually.
I mean,
We've had
4 games, and
Yeah.
all 4 games were very, very interesting. Okay, the game 11 against Maya, it was a strategical battle, but with full of subtleties.
Yeah.
So for us, it was a great day. Not all the players really enjoyed this day so much, but for the audience.
Rook c2 check on the board. I don't see why he wouldn't play king f3 immediately here. Feels pretty simple. King f3, and I wonder if Magnus will just go for a perpetual check now, just to give check.
No, he will not give perpetual check.
No?
No, he will not give perpetual check. I mean, he will still go, I think he will still try.
He'll try rook h2?
I don't know if he will try rook h2, but he will not repeat here the moves. Somehow I cannot imagine Magnus.
Even like. Yeah. No, there was a tweet there. We didn't get that. Let's bring that tweet up. I was looking at the game. I feel fairly certain even lowly I could hold White's position versus Carlsen. Walter Zue. Hey, buddy.
Be careful.
Be careful.
Yes.
I'm a betting man. If you're in the vicinity, Walter. How confident would I be to hold this? I'm a terrible endgame player, but even this one I would. Now that I've seen here and e5 and so many ways to simplify with h4, I don't think I would fail holding this, even with 8 minutes on my clock. But stranger things have happened. Here is an overview of the playing hall. We can see Carlsen and Bluebaum on the stage there. Fantastic setting. Obviously the open tournament running alongside this classic with over 1,200 players. Unbelievable.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Unbelievable. So congratulations to the team here for organising such an event, and some huge names in the open as well. Rapport, Vichukov, Madlakov, Fedoseev,
and so many more.
And yeah, tons. It's just an extremely strong open. Great for IM norms, GM norms. 2 rounds a day though, so very difficult. A lot of these top grandmasters don't play 2 games a day. When was the last time Rapport played 2 games in a day?
I think when he last time played in the same open.
It may be in the same open, but
yes, because he had played. Then it was called the Neckar Open. Or
right, it was the Neckar.
In that is our.
Just a fantastic tournament. It's the Open tournament will remain in Karlsruhe, but the Classic tournament will go to Baden-Baden after this. So on Wednesday, I believe, round 4 will be in Baden. You'll be there, Peter?
Yes.
You'll be there with Jan?
I will be during the whole event.
And Baden-Baden is a really beautiful city as well. About 30 kilometers, I think, from here. 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, something like that. From Karlsruhe, down the road, and home of the famous Bundesliga team, Baden-Baden Bundesliga, which has won, I don't know how many.
Yes, I also don't dare to.
How many years?
Name it.
But of course, last year the big upset was that Solingen won.
Yeah, that was really amazing. But okay, this year it seems already that Baden-Baden is taking it back.
It seems as though that is the case. And very proud chess tradition. Rook c3 check.
Wow,
I think Magnus is. You might be wrong here.
I was wrong.
I think King f3 is actually.
And I'm happy to admit it. I mean,
3 times
no
already. So I don't really know what he wants. If he wants something else here, I think he's probably just wants to go eat something.
But no, he will not repeat. I just cannot imagine that he will repeat. As I said before, but his body language clearly indicates that he doesn't believe in any of his chances here anymore. But somehow I cannot imagine him.
I need to ask him about these glasses. That's very important. Are these glasses a fashion statement, or are they a medical requirement? 2 different things, but both extremely important. And he looks kind of resigned to just taking the draw here. It's not like Magnus, but I mean, it is 3 versus 3.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it. He's getting older, you know. It's a draw. Magnus Carlsen draws against Matthias Blaubaum. Doesn't even make a move and offer a draw. Just says, "This is a draw. I'm the world champion. Take the draw." And a great result for Matthias, who was under extreme pressure, time pressure, everything. Maybe we'll get Matthias in here. Maybe we'll get Magnus in here. I'm not sure. Probably Magnus will. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, somehow on the screen I saw Magnus was showing e5, e4 squares. I think he was also pointing out that he shouldn't have played this e5, d4
so quickly.
Yeah, because
and they're discussing the game.
But incredible save by Matthias.
Incredible! What a result for him to draw against Magnus.
With 1 minute on the clock after move 20 in an unpleasant position.
Yeah, you
save
would have
that
bet a
game
lot
against-
of money on Magnus to win that position. So this has been a pretty astonishing day, actually. If we look at the results, none of the favourites have won today, and 2 of the favourites have lost, and big favourites. Fabiano losing with black to Ho Yifan, and vachier-lagrave losing with white to Arkady. You would have got great odds on the on these results today, and I believe they are coming, which is good. I don't know if we can get a pairings for tomorrow or a graphic in order after their interview as well. That would be nice, so we can go over the pairings. Still some games in the Open we can see being played.
Can you just do this?
Yeah. And yeah, just a great day of chess. Lots of fighting chess. Even the Iranian Maya game was
full of
extremely
subtleties.
yeah, full of very nice subtleties. And we are going to be getting the players in just a moment. Perhaps we can get a quick look at the pairings. No, we will get that a bit later, hopefully. You can, of course, see it on your browser in the Chess24.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, then Carlsen playing Aronian tomorrow with white.
Carlsen Aronian.
I think so, but
Okay.
I might be wrong.
We'll double check. And we are waiting. Hey. Here they are. Okay, so this was a I don't know how to describe this one. It felt like, Magnus, you had just a dream scenario around
Move 20?
yeah, around here.
Yeah, basically here, I mean, it's gone very, very wrong for him. So I can pick and choose what I want to do. If I want to go d5, I mean, I even have ideas like d5, e5, e5, and it's just like that's why I put the pawn on
mean
h.
after bishop a1?
Yeah, you know, but
e5, e5, oh, e5, e5, e5. Wow.
yeah, I mean, it probably doesn't work at that point, but I mean, with this time pressure and everything, I thought I would just try and strengthen my position with knight d7. I try and provoke g3, which maybe he needs to play. I don't know. And now, I mean, d5. If he takes, his king will probably be too weak.
Yeah.
And I mean, basically here I didn't even consider bishop g2 because I thought. I thought in general after bishop g2 I just take on c4 and then it's
Yeah, we were very surprised you didn't take on.
no, basically I mean when I went e5 it was just a complete brain fart. So I mean I thought knight c2 d4 and he goes away.
You didn't consider knight e5?
No.
Oh.
So I mean maybe I should still have done that, but I was just so upset after I missed this anyway. I mean if I go dc4, it's just such a dream position. Earlier,
This is,
I mean queen c4 probably loses to b5.
yeah.
And otherwise
BC4 is just
bc4, knight c5, and he has maybe you can do something like queen c2. Well, probably e5 wins a pawn for starters. Well, he can do f3 instead of queen e2, then I go h4 and okay, it's hard to
with
get
1 minute on the clock.
yeah, it's okay. Maybe he can still sort of resist, gh, knight h5, queen f2. But okay, I jump into f4, and then bishop f1, knight d3 comes. Yeah, it's
No,
not too pretty.
Matthias, obviously, we weren't hopeful for your position, you know, after 20 moves. I
Yeah.
think you had 1 minute or something.
Yeah, it was the same for me. I thought it's just completely over at this point. I mean,
How did you keep on going? Because I know a lot of people would have just mentally resigned against Magnus. So, did you just see e5? I mean, what was your initial reactions after e5? Were you just shocked to see it as well, or?
not completely. I mean, I thought he would go d4 after knight c2 and just still probably better, but I wasn't completely sure. He knight d5 and at least I'm in the game somehow.
And after all of this, was there any? It seemed as though.
Yeah, you know, I mean, here maybe I can do something else, but like, I just didn't see it. I mean, after maybe like after a3, I can go knight d3.
Knight d3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I thought in general the rook endgame should be drawn, even though he probably loses a pawn.
And if he puts his rook on c6 in that line, is that so easy?
What?
What do you want to do here? This one? Here?
But he
This
goes
one?
a4 probably.
A4 here.
Yeah, rook a3, c5.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we're analyzing.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, this is just a draw. Okay, it's not completely trivial, but it's basically. No, I mean, I don't know. I was still sort of aiming for this position that we got with a pawn against c pawn, and I thought, you know, with distant pass pawn, there might be some chances. But
A couple of accurate moves, knight a4.
yeah, I mean, this rook c3 was kind of a trick to make him play rook e8, but then it turned out it wasn't a trick after all. And yeah, so I could have gotten a knight ending, but I don't see why that should be.
Which one was that, quickly?
Yeah, after rook c4,
Rook
rook c8,
c4,
knight d7.
rook c, yes.
Sorry, knight a4,
Knight d4,
Rook
rook
c4.
c4, rook c8, knight d7.
knight e7.
Yeah, knight b6.
Knight b6.
Yeah.
This
This one we looked
Yeah,
at, yeah.
yeah, a4. Maybe king
King
f3,
f3.
king f3, king f6, king e4, king e6, king d4, and I think after, let's say, knight e7, he just goes knight b6 and keeps my king out of the key squares.
Okay.
Okay, it looks very drawn. Like, well, one line I was looking at was knight e7, knight b6, a3, king c3, king e5, king b3, king d4, and maybe king e4 is a better try there. But I don't believe it really.
Looks dangerous, no?
Maybe I should have tried this. Who knows?
Fine.
But okay, I mean, at this point, I was sort of still hoping for some trick in the knight e5 line, but there wasn't. I mean, knight e5 is very good, probably the only move.
Yeah, knight e5, knight b6.
Knight b6, rook c2, knight d5.
That's probably a two move as well.
And now here, I mean, I don't really have
This
the move.
doesn't work.
Yeah, knight d3 doesn't work, and
This
just
one,
push the
yeah,
pawn.
yeah.
And I mean, I can sack the exchange, but I don't see why that would be a winning try. So no, I mean here the only trap was just a4, knight e3, rook c3.
a4, knight e3.
No, as what happened.
Yeah, rook c3.
Well, instead of knight e3, here rook a8, and then okay, knight d3. At least I get an extra pawn, and I can try for a long time. But yeah, in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pity that my rook gets trapped on h3. Otherwise, might
Your
have.
rook gets trapped on h3. Let's just show that very quickly. So
No, in the game.
Oh, in the game, I see.
Yeah.
You mean in?
Yeah. Of course, you can also go king f1, king g1, but it's always psychologically unpleasant to do that. But
Right.
yeah, here.
So here.
Yeah, 6. No, I mean, okay. Anything goes. Anything goes.
All right. Well, what can we say? Hopefully you guys are both firing and well tomorrow. Thanks very much for joining us. Glasses. Yeah. The glasses. Very quickly, the glasses. I was going to ask.
Yeah, I took a test recently. I mean, I always had this kind of. I was always a little bit nearsighted, and then, but I was always told that you can use glasses or you cannot. It's your choice. You don't need to. And then I took. Then I'd be getting some kind of headaches recently, and I took a new test, and it turned out that all sorts of things were wrong. So I didn't have a choice anymore.
Because I was going to say you don't need the glasses to seem smarter. Like you've got the right title to show that you're intelligent and stuff.
No, I think
it's not like you're a reality TV star on Survivor, like you're a world chess champion. So the whole intelligence thing you don't need.
Yeah, no, I just need to see better. That's
there you go. Magnus Carlsen needs to see better, ladies and gentlemen. I would be very worried if I was his opponent, because he already sees quite well, sees quite a lot. So imagine now he sees much better. You know, it's an unfair advantage almost. Like shouldn't be allowed them. All right, that's us. Here are the pairings for tomorrow. We've got Carlsen Aronian as the standout game. Well, they've played each other, God knows how many times, 10 years now, more, playing each other in elite tournaments, both on half a point. We've got Vachier. He's got a white against Bluebaum. He'll be looking to bounce back, but Matthias shown that he is able to cope with these guys. Fantastic result for him today. Georg Meyer white against Ho Yifan, who has come off of a brilliant win against Fabiano, and then Arkady also buzzing from a win against Maxim. He's going to play white against Fabiano, so that's going to be a really testing match also for Fabi. He's going to need to steady the ship.
Yeah, and actually quite an unlucky moment for Fabi, because usually when you lose with black, you really look forward to the next game with white to bounce back, and now suddenly he has to play with black again. It's not an easy moment, but okay, he has done it before already.
Of course he
has.
I
remember the Dortmund tournament where he lost the first round and then he went on winning 5 games in a row or something.
2 years ago when I first started working with him, So Fabi has got the resilience. Will he have it tomorrow? We'll see. Join us here I think we're going to start at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Today was slightly earlier, but why don't you tune in? 10 to 3. We'll be here 10 to 3 Central European time. And that's it for us. Enjoy your evening. We'll see you tomorrow and take care.